Could I get Svengali and Squirrel, please, for the non-spinner warm-up?
Still works. Still has trouble driving.
SFBB.
So go check the other room.
Are you both ready to go? 3, 2, 1, activate. Could I get Quantum and Ronnie, please, for the non-spinner warm-up? With Void and Wootu getting ready.
No, not yet. We'll be doing that. No, it's fine.
This could take a while. Although Haz is slowly getting towards the edge of the arena.
Should we just have a race out?
Oh. And everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Right, Dave, who's up next? We've now done round one. Okay, who's next? Little Devil and Smart, please. Okay. Roboteers, you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. Luckily we've got a faster fight going on in this one. Some actual fighting happening. And a win for Little Devil.
Could I get Void and Wootu, please, for the non-spinner warm-up?
Andy, bring your flea over. Against.
And flea bite.
And flea bite, Pete.
Could I get Death Adder and Ripper 2 for the non-spinner warm-up? With General Mayhem and Clank getting ready.
Right now, in for the flea weights, we have Ickle versus Flea Bite, 2 spinners in the arena together. This should be an interesting one. RobotWars, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. There's going to be an impact here in a minute. Both still spinning. And he's unplugged the back of Flea Bite. Cease. That was a bit boring. Thank you, Pete.
Could I get General Mayhem and Clank? And could I have Antimatter and Hoagie getting ready? Could I get Antimatter and Hoagie with Svengali and Makabot getting ready?
Deeply and Quark. Pete, you ready? Deeply.
Can I have Svengali and Makabot with Void and Death Adder getting ready?
Bring that over to the arena now, please.
Can I get Void and Death Adder for the non-spinner warm-up? With General Mayhem and Antimatter getting ready.
Everything's going really well, yeah. We still going to be finished with that.
Can we get another table to double robots still? Yeah. Because that way when people have got the robots, they double it down. Don't have to keep going back and forth. For the main event, we're going to take this arena on the floor. That table left down.
You want a table in here now, yeah?
Could I get General Mayhem and Antimatter, please?
Are you both ready? Yep. Good. 3, 2, 1, activate.
Also, Roboteers, if you've got your robots with you and they're working, can you just leave them on this table down here? This will go for flea weights and amp weights, just so we leave them all in one place and you don't have to keep dashing between rooms to grab your robots.
Could I get Svengali and Void, please?
It is, because every single time he does things forward, it wheelies. Wait for a skin.
Two ways, either put more weight in the front, or use as much weight to the front as possible, or just put some things on behind the wheels.
Are you guys both ready? Aye. 3, 2, 1, activate.
Okay, for the final of the non-spinner warm-up, can I get Void and General Mayhem? Okay, this is a non-spinner warm-up final.
Are you guys both ready? 3, 2, 1.
Congrats to the winner of the non-spinner warm-up, General Mayhem.
I would do it in there. Well, the view in there is better.
Yeah, you can have better stream.
It takes a bit too back and hand back as well, because when they're watching that corner, they can see anything.
Also, I don't want to get the names of the burgers. We could try. Judges, can you shuffle back a little bit?
Sure.
You shouldn't need to go too far.
No, it should be right. About that. Is that?
Big strip so you can see.
Can you? Is that what you want, or? Yes, please. I'll sit down.
Are you moving that side back?
Yes. Okay, we can see what's in the corner there.
Airtime officer. Impressive.
Shatner's bassoon and sparks, followed by
That's the only big issue having moved us back. Getting up there. Either we judge have to sit our asses down and stay there.
That's much better, I think.
What we'll do, once we finish with the smaller arena, we'll stick a second camera onto this arena,
Okay.
Yeah.
which will show the end zones.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Because then this.
You central it up.
next up is Pope and Sparkly up this side, then Ickle and Omelette.
Yeah, please.
Where's Jim?
That about central now? All good? Oh, the other channel.
And Smartly, followed by Ickle and Omelette.
Well, are we switching over to the other arena?
We might do it for the finals. We've got get to the group stages, then we go to the final fights, which will be this bit.
Fair enough.
So we'll finish the groups and then do that. Yeah. We should be done with this in 10 minutes or so.
That's alright, it's just it's better image coming out of that arena.
And plus it'll be in the middle so we can see. Was that double eliminations? I think double. And then we should be ready to start making half 12 like we said we're going to.
Cool.
The draws will be done. Mark's going to put that into my pocket. This one's already.
These ones aren't going as mental. Do you want to stick a microphone in there? Just so you can hear the arena? So at the moment people on the web stream just have no sound. Fair enough.
So, Ickle against Omelette, then
Currently, 198 people have hit the stream so far, but a lot of them have been refreshing.
Cyclops and Little Devil.
Well, when you're calling, just make sure you use the mic, just then people on the web stream know what's going on. Equal omelette. Yeah.
So now in the flyweight arena we've got Ickle and his walking spinner against Omelette, a 4-bar lifter. Roboteers ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, activate. That was quite easy. So, Omelette is the winner.
Yeah, just a knotting cables.
So, Cyclops and Little Devil, followed by McDonald's and Quark.
That's Reese again.
Should we switch it around to another one?
Ready as Elizabeth. Just trying to stop installing the server. Oh,
The drawers all done. It's all on unlock. It's ready to go.
have you got the extra entry? No, there's a cluster that went in that I wrote on the initial.
RobotWars ready? 2, 1, activate. Oh my.
There's a cluster called melted cheese. Go on, Dave. And again. Don't ask him to hit me. Ooh. We need to get under it. Does that require a rule? Get under it.
Might do.
Is that too fast? Get off of me.
No.
Dead. Cease. Leave it. What's it now? They did time it. Oh, okay. If I could drive straight, it would be useful.
So, McDonald's and Quark up next.
Can you go straight back in with Quark?
Yeah.
And who? Oh, me.
Yeah, McDonald's and Quark, followed by Deflee, and it still moves.
Oh, hey, please, do you know what you've done? You turned it off at the mains.
These magnets.
No, bolted.
I'll just add some more realism.
What happens if you two enter 3
Just keep fighting hands.
Something's burning.
Yeah, it's the robot.
An added target to hit. Okay, robot is ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. So getting ready to flee, and it still moves. So now deflee, and it still moves. Followed by Shatner's bassoon and smart flee. Does it still move, Dave?
As good as ever.
Okay, close the arena.
I thought it was free.
Robot is ready.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, activate. It's called It Still Moves. I think it should be called It Barely Moves, but... That's faster. There we go. Another win for deflee.
That's 3 fights this one. I know it's never won one before.
Wasn't proper competition.
Yeah. They're about 12 years old, those servers. Who now?
Then can we... Shatner's bassoon and smart flee. Followed by Rush 3 and It Still Moves.
Go on, Reed.
So now, Rush 3 and It Still Moves, then Quark and Little Devil.
Someone get West. Can you go and... This doesn't count as our group match.
Oh. Ready? 3, 2, 1. So Quark and Little Devil, followed by Divinity and Fleabite.
Right. Ready when you are, Reese. Right, your face. Someone want to count us in?
3, 2, 3, 2, 1, activate.
That was for switching me off.
So, Divinity versus Fleabite.
That would be Mr. Rose. Can you not guess?
So, Divinity and Fleabite. That'll be followed by Rush 3 and Little Devil.
It's because we want to lose the stage now. Because we want to lose bracket. I've only got one life left on both threes. Yeah.
And the winner of this one will be fighting Ickle later on.
Andy's out. Ickle. Oh, that's the little
That's
Walking
Dave's.
Skinner.
Mine? That's not mine.
Too many Daves.
There's at least three today, isn't there?
Yeah.
They got one wheel. Is that okay? No, it won't go round the wheel. Mechanically, it won't go round.
Oh.
Hey, which one do you think?
Do you want to try and get that one sorted? Or?
I think we'll have to call it today. It's,
Is it?
it got hit by a spinner. It unplugged it last time. It must have done some more damage.
Oh, yeah.
Shall
that is
okay.
mine.
Andrew, you ready to go in now? Okay, in.
I think
So Fleabite's withdrawn due to motor trouble. So it's now Divinity versus Ickle.
Oh, really? You're going to destroy it.
Next up after this is Rush 3 against Little Devil.
When I say stop, I mean like.
Well, if you hit the back, you've broken me.
Sorry.
If you hit the back of mine, you've broken it.
Fair enough.
If you just want to stand on that side. Just make sure you have the camera. Robot is ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. Hang on, stop, just a sec. Okay, go back to your corner, start again. Roboteers, are you ready now? 3, 2, 1, activate. After this one, Ickle has stopped. That's a win for Ickle.
So Rush 3 and Little Devil in the arena next. Next up after them, Ickle and Shatner's Bassoon.
Hey. Ow. Don't.
And watch out when taking robots out the arena.
No, I know. I just, yeah, you'll tell your dad that. You don't want to be in a tilt.
Are we ready, Frank?
Yes.
Right in front of the camera. 3, 2, 1, activate. Shatner's Bassoon and the other one. What was the other one? Ickle. And the
Get to the group winning stage.
We're here, so we need to do these two. And then Shatner's Bassoon, push button.
So Shatner's Bassoon and Ickle, followed by Pope and Omelette.
Dave, you got the pen?
Roboteers, you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. And that's a win for Ickle. So Pope and Omelette. That will be followed by Cycloss and D Flea. So the winner of this fight is the winner of the first group. That will be going straight through to the finals. Roboteers, you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the winner of Group 1 is Omelette. That means Pope can stay in, please, against Ickle.
Yay! Gone. I win.
After these.
Yeah, all three. Omelette du fromage. Yeah, Andrew's a baby spy robot.
While we're waiting, can we get Cycloss and D Flea in the arena, please? So the winner of this will be the winner of Group 2 and through to the final stage as well. Can the loser please stay in and wait for Little Devil? Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. We're going to start again. 3, 2, 1, activate. That's a win for Cycloss. Can D Flea stay in the arena and go in with Little Devil?
final stage of the group. Winners of these, are the runners of the group.
All right. So am I out?
No, you've got one more point.
Oh, that's right.
So Little Devil and D Flea, then Ickle and Pope. Robot is ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. That's a win for D Flea. D Flea is the runner-up in Group 2.
Concussion might have been that. Sorry, I did it earlier.
So Ickle versus Pope for the last runner-up place and the last place in our final 4.
Who was that?
Roboteers, ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. That's a win for Ickle, taking the last place in the final 4. Now for the finals of the flea weights, we're going to move over to the main arena now we've done the group stages. In the first fight, can we have Omelette and D Flea, followed by Cyclops and Ickle. So, Omelette and D Flea. Now, Pete, can you stand to the other side? So, drivers, when you're in the main arena, we've got 2 pieces of tape on the floor. Can you just stand by those? So, in the blue square, we have D Flea. In the red square, we have Omelette. The winner of this will go through to our final. Robot is ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. So D Flea's got a good push on Omelette. So D Flea goes through to our final. So next up, Cyclops and Ickle, please. And actually, no, I did get that wrong. Pete, you're not in the final yet. You've got another fight to go. I was reading the wrong side. I know, I read it wrong. We may have had a mistake. Group winner. No, that's got to go. You've got to swap. Sorry? I put them in the wrong order. No, actually, can we need to rerun the first fight. We need Ickle against D Flea, not Omelette. I put the robots in the wrong box. We need to put Ickle against D Flea, and then Omelette and Cyclops. I read the sheet wrong. Hey, look, it's all right. I realised it now. We could have got to the final with the wrong one and just gone, that's wrong. Okay, so now in the blue square we have D. Flea, red square we have Ickle. Roboteers ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. So this is to stay in the competition. Ickle's really close to going out there. The robots have now been fighting for 1 minute, 2 minutes remaining. See the power of Ickle's blade there. We're now at 1.5 minutes. Pete's nearly pushed Ickle out. And D. Flea is the winner. So now can we have Cyclops versus Omelette? The winner of this fight will be in our final this time. So can the loser of this fight please stay in the arena? That would be our third place playoff. So in the red square we have Cyclops, just a sec. Remove bits of D. Flea. Roboteers ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. And that is a very unique win for Cyclops. So, can Omelette stay in, please? And we get D. Flea back into the arena. The loser of this fight will be third. The winner will go through to our final. Yeah, you're in the final, Reese. But not right now. You'll fight the winner of this. So just to confirm, the loser of this fight will be third in our competition. The winner will stay in and face Cyclops in the final. Cyclops has gone undefeated so far. So, red square we have Omelette. Blue square we have D. Flea. Roboteers ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. Both came really close to going out the arena there. Nearly out over the top of the wall. So remember, the winner of this fight will make our final place in the final with Cyclops. The loser will be third. Okay, the winner is D. Flea. So Pete, stay in the arena, please. Can we get Cyclops back in? But we just have a round of applause for Jim for third place with Omelette. So this is our final, and because it's double elimination, Pete will have to win twice to beat Reese. Reese only has to win once. So, just to confirm, in the red square we have Cyclops, in the blue square we have D. Flea. Roboteers, are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So the disc on Cyclops immediately spinning up. Remember, Cyclops only has to win once. D. Flea must win twice. So if D. Flea wins, we'll have to rerun the final. The disc is spinning down. Now upside down. Cyclops is in trouble. You can see the gyro function. There we go, a nice hit from Cyclops there. They got the disc back up to speed. D. Flea's now back up the right way, pushing Cyclops. Getting closer to the wall. So, both robots back into the arena. We need to rerun it to get our champion. Just wait for the disc on Cyclops to spin down. So, back into the blue square we have D. Flea, and back into the red square we have Cyclops. This is the decider now. The winner of this will be our Fleaweight champion for today. So, Roboteers, for the final time, are you ready? Let's go. 3, 2, 1, activate. So the disc on Cyclops immediately spins up. If Pete can get back underneath with that scoop on D. Flea, already taken some damage. So Pete's upside down. Oh, nearly drove out the arena there. Back up the right way. That's the entire scoop ripped off D. Flea. And Pete has thrown in the towel, so we have a new Fleaweight champion, Reese and Cyclops. Okay, guys, we're going to have about a 5-minute break, then we're going to start the main Antweight competition. So if you could be back in here, all of your robots will have the 2 tables here. If they're ready, stick them on the tables until you're called for your fight. We're going to be starting again in about 5 minutes.
How's that going to work with charging, refilling pneumatics, etc.?
Well, if you're ready, put them there. If they're not, do it. Just be ready for it. Someone will be shouting. Not really.
So are you trying to track this?
Pegasus has pulled out.
So was that in the draw?
Yes.
Right, swap it for melted cheese.
Should be on.
Where's Mark? No, he's come back from that. He was on hand. Cat, has the draw been posted on the whiteboard in there?
It's on Mark's right now.
Okay, the draw's on the whiteboard in there.
Okay. Right. We are live, yeah.
Right, let's have a chat with them. How many people have got watching?
About 60 or wasn't there?
So we've got the camera up there. Yeah. Right, I'll have a chat with them.
Well, tell you what, do you want me to switch back to this?
Yeah, I can still, if you zoom that one in order.
30 people at the moment. Go back to the computer stream. There you go. So you should be able to see 30 people and their comments on the right.
Okay. Right, hi guys, everyone that's watching. Have we got microphone working at the moment? Testing. Okay. So guys, thank you for watching so far. We've just done our Fleaweight and non-spinner warm-up competitions. We're going to be starting again in about 5 minutes with the main Antweight World Series competition. I think it's going to be one of the biggest ones ever. We've got over 80 robots competing in the main event. We'll be starting very soon. Have you got a copy of it so we can see?
Well, do you want to do some stats? Me talk to people?
Yeah.
Joey, be very active.
Right, guys, now that you're there listening to us on the stream, when we've finished later on, we're going to be doing some friendly fights, whiteboard fights. But we want you to suggest them. So if you see any robots that grab your fancy, we want you to tell us which ones they are. We'll get them fighting in the arena later on. And thanks, Leo. Shame you couldn't make it. We'd have liked to have seen Kajuska in the arena. And same with you, Joey. So who do we have listening at the moment? Can you all post? Because I can now see the stream. If you can say hello. Hiya, Harry. Also, if you'd like to say hi to anyone here at the event today, just post us a message on there and we will get that read out for you. Plus any comments you have. Yep.
We get it? We got it?
So we're just going to bring the lights back down. There we go. You can see our nice lit up arena. Of course, it's the Team Shock arena. So, of course, it had to have plenty of LEDs in. Not blue LEDs this time. We used all those up on Maelstrom. Hi, Ellis. You enjoying the show so far? You need to get an Amp-Weight and come over to these events at some time. It's always good. Scott's got his own fan. There is one out there somewhere. We'll get him later on to say hi. Hi, Alex, builder of Stanley and Accelerant. Shame you couldn't make it as well. We've been missing out on you entering the arena. Harry, of course, you can ask any questions you like. If you want to send any questions in via the stream, we'll try and get some answers for you throughout the day. I tell you what, while we're here, let's have a look at the draw for today. So we've got our first fights already signed up, ready to go. The draw's been done. We're just waiting for the robots to be ready. Coming up in our first battle, we have Quijibo, the walking spinner from Andy Hibbard. That will be fighting Adder, which is a two-wheel drive flipper robot from the Wood family. Then we have Pete Collier's Skidmark against Zelma Bibler. That will be followed up by Wanted and Stewie. Then Duff and Ant Clank. They form Group 1. As we go through to Group 2, we will have Pete Waller's Succulent. That will be fighting the Barbarian, a very nasty bar spinner from Jim. Next up after that will be Death Adder and Little Doris. Then Tim's robot, which we're not going to say the full name, we're going to shorten it to Miso. That will be fighting Quantum. And then Fracture Evo will be fighting an exciting supernatural opportunity. Thanks for that one, Haz. Harry, I don't think we have answers to why crabs walk sideways for our stream. We're going to answer all your robot-related questions. So if you can see our live stream to the arena at the moment, we have Pete testing the vacuum mechanism on Succulent, just making sure that it does work in our arena. And it doesn't. Well, that's going to make his fight against the Barbarian particularly interesting, as both of these are very nasty bar spinners. Yes? Well, we can pull that. Oh, I don't know. We've got so many to go through. We'll get to that as we do. So we'll move on a little bit. Now we'll have a look at Group 3. So coming up in that group, we have Good and Evil, Gross Incompetence, DBA, Hellboy. Inertia 6, Antimatter, Egg Eater, and Thrust. They will all be in that group. Group 4. will be the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo. That's one of Dave's names. They'll be fighting the Mole, then Sidewinder against There Will Be Sandwiches, then Private Iron and Shadow, then Toto Robot and Squirrel. Group 5 has Ronnie, Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House, Nom Nom Nom, Combat Cluster, Titanic, Inertia 5, Woo2, and Permanent Forever. Group 6 has Kellogg's Corn Snake, Inertiant, Cosmos, Ant Ratchet, Inertia 7, Phantom, Smart Ant 1, and Ripto. Group 7 has Warhorses, Momentum, Ebog, I Can't, Vertigo, Mean Garden Pot, Avenger, and Hoagie. And our final group for today contains Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor, Baby Hell, Spyro 2, Smart Fleas, Void, Svengali, Anticide, and Variant. They are all of our robots for today. You're in one of the early groups. You're in group 1 or 2, I think. One of yours. Must be 2. So there's that one there. Yeah. And then DBA's in group 3 after that. So you're in 2 and 3. It's been put on the whiteboard in the kits. Basically, we're just going to work through it in order. So the two that are next to each other in the groups will be fighting each other and so on and so forth. All right. Where are you? That is a good question. That's a good question. Where are you? If not, we've had one that's not right anyway, so... Yes, actually, you're not in there. Right.
So I've got little Doris's spot. Yeah, good. Ah, good. 2 cock-ups cancelling each other out then. What have I got? Who have I got in this group?
You've got Death Adder in your first fight.
Death Adder. Who else is in the group? Not that I'm going to win against Death Adder.
Supplement, Barbarian, Miso Hornet, Quantum, Fracture, and an exciting supernatural opportunity.
Oh, you look forward to trying to fight Harry. But,
Right, where are the commentators being sat? Well, where are we sitting the commentators?
We'll be standing.
Oh, okay. 2 handheld rovings. Do you want a mic for the judges?
We'll just come back. We'll just come over to them.
Fair enough.
Get the robot things, we're going to get started. Huh? We've got them. I'm good. Right, Kat, can you get everyone in group 1 in? Okay, we're about to start the first fights of the event in the main competition. First in the arena, we're going to have Quijibo and Adder, followed by Skidmark and Zelma Bibbler. So can we have those robots ready to enter the arena, please? You ready to go, Pete? Well, someone was bound to pay attention, it's just a question of who. Who knows? Just go when you're called. Or have a look in the board in there. I'm not going through everyone to try and find everyone's robots. When you've got 80 on the boat, you can deal with it.
Which robots? Where are they?
No idea. I don't even know where I am. So. So guys watching on the stream, bear with us. We will be getting started very soon. As soon as Andy gets in here with Quijibo. And then we need Ada as well. Don't come. Watch out the camera.
In the running order, because it takes us time to set up a fleet, are you doing all the group 1 fights, then all the group 2? So we have a long time.
You have plenty of time. Where's Mark? There's a better question. There's my hot chocolate. That's the most important one. No, once was hot chocolate.
Well, I think he's doing the groups.
We're ready to go?
Yeah, just writing up the groups. And
No worries. Yeah, we're ready to go whenever we get the first one in.
What's the order we do things in? Is it first fight, first group, first fight, second group?
No, do all the group 1 first fight.
Okay, sure.
Then do all the group 2 first fight.
Pardon?
Are we streaming next door?
We can get YouTube to work.
Yes. Okay, next door.
You have to have verified.
Andy, if you can hear me, can we get Quijibo in the arena, please?
Can you say can we get everyone in the first group?
Right. Who are the judges?
It's going to be Mark, Kat, and then do you want to judge? We need a third judge.
Unless Ian wants to.
Do you want to judge?
I don't know how to judge. How do I judge? Just
Basically,
say who I
we
think
probably won't need you. If it goes to 3 minutes,
Okay, I see. Yeah.
then,
And then it's
the one that looks like they've
style,
done the best.
control.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So yeah,
Damage aggression's down there.
Okay, so Quijibo versus Ada.
I'm missing it, so it's being green, because I'm completing it rather in order.
I think we've got another one that's cocked up. We had a couple of cock-ups.
Dave's been editing a board quite a bit, and Dave's like a couple of ones that were like bigger pieces and stuff, like Pegasus.
Yeah, there could be one. Wanted. I don't think that's here. Swap.
One was on the board.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not the board we need to worry about. It's here. The board's irrelevant.
Dave had Rape on Death down as group 4 for some strange reason. Do you want to double check you've not got double entry?
We'll sort it out when we get to it.
If it's a bypass, it's a bypass.
If you get, basically, you go in the first time we call you. If we call you in again for the first round fight, the other one gets a bite. Okay?
There's 2 right.
Out the way.
If I can't, it's called. It's very silly question. If Pegasus is called, it's melty cheese.
What's going on?
We'll get to it as and when.
Okay. People are dropping now.
Okay, so do we have Ada and Quijibo? Yep.
Remember, you can use these panels here to put your robots into the arena.
We start.
Yeah.
So guys on the stream, sorry for the delay. 5 minutes quickly turned into 15. But we're ready to start our first fight. We're just going to get the judges into position, just in case we need them. So can the driver stand where there's the yellow tape marks on the floor? So in the red square we have Quijibo, in the blue square we have Ada. Are we ready? 3. The judges aren't ready for timing. I can. 3, 2, 1, activate. So you can hear the disc on Quijibo immediately spinning up. No contact as of yet. Until that point, that's a flip off Ada. And Ada's thrown in the towel, so that's a win for Quijibo. Next up, can we have Skidmark and Zelma Bibler into the arena, please?
Yep.
So in the arena now, just coming in, we have Zelma Bibler, our Maltese entry. Now, this robot has varying meanings for the names, depending on what you ask the driver. I've been told quite reliably that it's Swahili for lion hunter. I've also heard many other versions of it going around. So Zelma is in the red square. We're waiting for its opponent, Skidmark. That'll be going into the blue square. And I'm not going to say what Skidmark means. So, Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. And I think I do know what skid mark means. It's Swahili for not quick enough to the bathroom. So skid marks on its side. Zelma managed to get a flip in. So Zelma's very quick around the arena. And Skidmark has skidded out of the arena. Who have we got next? So can we have Wanted and Stewie in the arena, please? Is Wanted here? Gemma, can we get It's Not Easy Being Green in the arena then as the substitute? This one down there. Don't worry, we have a substitute. You'll be fighting It's Not Easy Being Green, which is a...
It is now.
But it's fine, because that's the only one that got missed out. You missed out Napalm Death as well, didn't you? No, I think we now got it in twice with it, right? It's all right, when it comes to the second time, we'll just cancel it. Thought that wouldn't go by. So, if you want to go in the arena, Dave. So we... Stewie. So we've got Stewie versus It's Not Easy Being Green. Remember, you can use these sides as well to put robots in the arena. Yeah, these sides here lift up.
Those do lift.
So in the red square, we have It's Not Easy Being Green.
Hexapod Walker.
And in the blue square, we have Stewie. And apparently It's Not Easy Being Green is having some issues. Right then, Roboteers, are you ready? Oh, Gemma, can you move around? Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. Now, unfortunately, Gemma's hand's in the way of the stream because that's where the infrared, that's the range of the infrared for the control. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So It's Not Easy Being Green has been counted out. That's a win for Stewie. Next up into the arena, we have... Next, can we have Duff and Ant Clank into the arena, please?
I hope not.
So we're waiting for...
I believe so.
Duff. Reese, if you can hear me next door, we're waiting for Duff into the arena, please. You're probably filling the gas, I know. So in the red square, while we're waiting, we have Ant Clank, a servo-powered flipper. Its opponent, Duff, is a pneumatic flipper. Can we have Succulent and the Barbarian getting ready, please? They'll be in straight after this fight. So we've got Duff and Ant Clank in the arena ready to go. Roboteers, are you ready? Yep. 3, 2, 1, activate. So you can see the flipper on Duff already working to good effect.
Duff only having so many flips, his pneumatic.
Whereas Ant Clank will get more flips because of its servo flipper. So Duff on its back, up on the wall, bouncing down.
Seems to be backed into the corner at the moment.
So Ant Clank using that flipper as a lifter to try and pick up its opponent and then work it towards the edge of the arena. Very low front end on Duff, very difficult to get under. And Duff seems to be running low on gas. There's not a lot of pressure left in that system. Just a weak lifter now.
Although it still functions just fine as a pusher.
So we've already had 1 minute and 10 seconds of this fight. If it goes to 3 minutes, our 3 judges will have to make a decision on who they think the winner is, based on style, control, damage, and aggression. Although not a lot of damage going on in this fight. And Duff has run out of gas and cannot self-right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. No need to finish the count as Ant Clank wins. And we've got a very happy driver right here. Next up, we have Succulent against the Barbarian, followed by... Then can we get Death Adder and Napalm Death in after this fight? So next up, Succulent and Barbarian, then Death Adder and Napalm Death. Yeah, while we're waiting, we're going to introduce our 3 judges. So starting on the left, we have Kat. She's also represented Team Shock before with the Lambda Delta in the Featherweight Championships. In the middle, we have Mark. He's also represented Team Shock with Aftershock in last year's UK Championships. And then at the end, we have Ian. He's not represented Team Shock. He is the odd one out this time. But he is the guy responsible for letting us run this event in this fantastic facility. So come on, give the guys a wave on the camera. Yep. The camera's right up the top there.
Thanks to our judges.
So we're still waiting for Succulent and the Barbarian into the arena. Can we get Jim into the arena, please?
Now this will be quite the battle with 2 very nasty spinners.
But unfortunately, Succulent will not have its suction power working as the vacuum does not work on our arena floor.
It seems the arena floor is just slightly too rough for it to work properly.
So in the blue square, we have Succulent, and in the red square, we'll have Barbarian. So Succulent's lost the suck part, so it's now just Lant. And then you can see the bar spinner of Barbarian. So just getting Pete to make sure he's ready. You can see the spinner is working on Succulent. So Pete, if you just stand down here by this yellow line. RobotWars, are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Barbarian immediately spins up, so does Succulent.
Both spinning up.
These 2 horizontal spinners could make a big impact together. Little bits of plastic flying all over the arena. That was a big impact there. There's a horrible grinding sound coming from one robot. Are they both still working?
Neither of them are spinning up.
And you can see the front fork on Succulent is now bent up. That was after the hit from Barbarian.
And the other fork is missing.
Pete's valiantly trying to suck the robot to the floor. Not a lot going on.
Neither seem to be able to
Is the bar spinner on Barbarian still working?
Looks like it may well be bent out of shape.
So Succulent's disc is still working. Seems to be a little bit off balance now, making a horrible grinding sound as it spins.
However, the bent out of shape bar is keeping it from making
Judges, how are we doing for time? We've nearly had 1 minute of this fight. Remember, if we've got 3 minutes, our judges will have to make a decision on the winner. And after this fight, we need Death Adder and Napalm Death ready to go in the arena, please. Lots of pretty sparks coming off the arena. That's the titanium blade of Succulent causing those sparks. Thought there's a problem there with the drive on Barbarian. Still going. What are we at for time now?
Succulent
We're halfway through this fight now.
Up.
And the brushless motor on Succulent's bar is having trouble with the spinner.
Yeah, neither of these 2 spinners seem able to spin.
Ah, no, the bar is back up and working. No need to spin down again.
Not.
We're coming up for 2 minutes in this fight. One of our longest fights of the day so far. There we go, the bar's back up working on Succulent. 2 very tough robots. They can both take a beating but keep on going. Little bits of plastic are now littering the arena floor.
Succulent's had a lot of trouble getting through the armor.
Now
on
2
Barbarian.
minutes. 1 minute remaining. We need a 10-second countdown at the end before our judges are going to have their first decision of the event. Unless we have a big impact and one robot flies out the arena. Seems to be some spinner trouble with Succulent. Not staying at constant speed, keeps changing up and down. Oh, and that's the entire spinning blade off of Succulent. We're now at 2 minutes 30. We've got 30 seconds of the fight remaining before our judges have to make a decision. You can see a tyre is now hanging off of Succulent. That must have been caused by the spinner on its way out of the robot.
And Barbarian's wheels have also taken a lot of damage.
There's several chunks out of the wheels. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, cease. Okay, we've got our first 3-minute fight of the event, so we're going to go to our judges on who they think the winner is, based on style, control, damage, and aggression. So bear in mind, Barbarian's blade stopped working. It's also missing several bits of its wheels. Succulent, however, had lots of damage to its forks and lost the entire spinning disc, but the disc was working for longer. Judges, what do we think? We're going to have to push the judges for a decision. We're going to hand over to Kat, who's going to announce the winner.
But each disc has your sort of
Judges, we need a decision and we need it fast. But can we get Napalm Death and Death Adder in the arena while we're waiting?
Right, it seems to be Whiffle Barbarian.
Barbarian is the winner. Who do we have coming up after Napalm Death and Death Adder?
We have Quantum and Me So Horny.
So then after this fight we have Quantum and the fantastically named Me So Horny. Thank you for that one, Tim. It's not the worst one, I don't think. We've still got some good names coming up later on. So Death Adder's here, just waiting for it to be switched on. All working? So in the red square, we have Napalm Death with that very, very deadly axe weapon on the back. Loads of damage from that machine. And fighting that, we have Death Adder, a flipper robot. So, Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So both robots get off to an early start. You see the fearsome weapon on the back of Napalm Death there, carving into its opponent.
Both robots struggling to get the
Napalm Death on its side. 10. Oh, managed to get back down, avoided the count for immobilization. Can it self-right from there? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not so lucky the second time round. That's Napalm Death counted out. Okay, can we have the next one? Can we have Fracture Evo 2 against an exciting supernatural opportunity? I can't be bothered. Fracture. Can we have Fracture and an exciting supernatural opportunity, please? Okay, for those you asking on the stream, the guy that I'm standing with commentating is Finn. He's also the driver of Zelma Bibbler.
That terrible robot you saw earlier.
It's a terrible robot that won, though. Okay, so in the blue square we have an exciting supernatural opportunity, and in the red square we have Fracture Evo 2. Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So you've got Haz driving an exciting supernatural opportunity. Who's managed to flip over his opponent. Yep. But it's also immobilized itself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that's a win for Fracture. Quantum's ready? Quantum's ready, so Quantum and Me So Horny in the arena, please. Followed by Good and Evil and Gross Incompetence. Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So you've got the really fast polycarbonate flipper robot, that's Quantum, against the Dutch tracked robot Me So Horny. And I'm going to shorten that one to Me So, I think. I'm not going to keep saying that. Both robots very low at the front. They're having trouble getting underneath each other. Quantum should find it really difficult to push Me So. It's got a tracked robot with that really nice titanium lifting arm on the front as well. Could we have our first robot flipped out over the wall? Not quite. So that's a win for Me So. Next up in the arena we have Good and Evil against Gross Incompetence. Good and Evil and Gross Incompetence. And that's followed by DBA Evil and Hellboy. So we're waiting for good and evil. So in the red square we have gross incompetence. We're just clearing some small bits of plastic out the arena, probably left over from that fight between Succulent and Barbarian.
Yeah, Will is cleaning the arena, getting rid of all the broken robot bits that have been knocked off in the earlier fights.
So now being loaded up into the arena is our
Make
first
sure all
cluster bot of today, Good and Evil, which is formed of 2 flea weights. We've got Divinity, the flea weight spinner, and Little Devil is the black flipper robot. Now, just to be clear, gross incompetence need to beat both halves of the cluster bot to win. So judges, take that into account. If one half of the robot cluster is still working, that still goes to a judge's decision after that time. Just adjusting some of the trims on one half of the cluster bot. Oliver's all ready to go with gross incompetence. So, robots into the blue square, please. So, Roboteers, can you stand around this side, please? Oliver, you can stay over there. We don't want you around here. Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. Just before that fight started, we had some team tactics from the cluster bot, which has hit.
Divinity has hit its
So,
teammate.
Divinity has taken the flipper off of Little Devil, its own teammate. Oh, and that's more damage for Little Devil.
Gross incompetence has self-right Divinity.
I think that's more gross incompetence from the clusterbot team more than anything else. So it's going to be pretty much down to Divinity to win it for the clusterbot team. Gross incompetence needs to beat both halves, remember, to win this fight.
Since Good and Evil is still mobile, it still needs to be
So
out
Little
of the
Devil
arena.
is technically
Little
still
Devil.
moving, so that can keep fighting.
So Divinity just needs to distract gross incompetence.
Oliver's asking his opponent to stand still, which is not a recognised tactic in the arena. Nearly drove himself out the arena, as did Divinity. Oh! Divinity hit the bit of its own teammate that it had already knocked off, causing yet more damage to that shard.
And it has knocked itself out.
So now it's Little Devil and gross incompetence. If Little Devil wins this fight, the clusterbot will still win. If gross incompetence can beat the other half of the cluster. Flip, Oliver, flip.
Almost there. Whoa. Little Devil not wanting to leave the arena.
Now we've got an interesting problem. Technically, Divinity's caused loads of damage, but it's to its own teammate. Do we count that in the fight?
It certainly gets points for the rampant aggression.
We're at 1 minute 30, so halfway through this fight. But having the main half of the clusterbot taken out will definitely count in against Good and Evil. At least Dave's laughing about the fact he needs to make a new flipper for Little Devil. I suppose he can't complain since he did the damage to it himself.
8, 7, 6,
5,
4,
3, 2,
1.
So it just goes to show that bit of the flipper arm that he cut off was the counterweight to get that robot to self-right. So that is a win for gross incompetence. So next up we have... So next up is DBA Evil and Hellboy, followed by Inertia 6 and Antimatter after DBA and Hellboy. So our 2 robots for this next fight are in the arena. We're just going to shut down the access panel. Roboteers, are you ready? So here we go. 3, 2, 1, activate. Now watch out for the spinner on DBA. This is a fantastic machine. Against an equally good pushing, flipping robot of Hellboy, which unfortunately drove out the arena. So that was unfortunately a rather easy win for DBA, but Hellboy didn't sustain too much damage, we hope. Next into the arena, we have Inertia 6, driven by Finn, and that's against Antimatter.
So that, guys, it is Egg Eater versus Thrust.
So, while we're waiting, we've got this fight ready to go. In the blue square, it's Inertia 6 with the spinning disc. In the red square is the pusher of Antimatter. RobotWars, are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. You can hear the spinner on Inertia 6 immediately spinning up. I've got to do some unbiased commentary for this one, since I did build Inertia. Spin down and spin back up again. Spin down and spin back up again at full. So, Inertia 6 needs to be counted out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A win for Antimatter. Judges, who's up next?
Next, it is
Egg Eater versus Thrust, which will be followed by the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo versus the Mole.
So, Egg Eater and Thrust, followed by the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo. How did I get that right? Dave, which rush was that in with? Okay, we'll have to.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, definitely. Go for it.
So here we have Thrust and Egg Eater. And next, oh, are you both ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. Egg Eater here being tracked, so very hard to shift. And it's turned into a push-off. It all comes down to which of these two robots has better pushing power and can get better traction. Oh! And Egg Eater is out of the arena in the first time over the roll. And next we have the Mole against the amazing Harry Potter crime-fighting duo. The remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo.
I gave you several options.
After that, we have Sidewinder versus the Wilby Sandwiches.
Is the Mole ready to go? The two clusters having a go at each other while they're waiting for an opponent. Could the Mole, if you can hear me, please make your way to the arena? Is the Mole in attendance? Can somebody go to the pits and see if the Mole is available? Who's next, guys? Yes.
After this, it's Sidewinder versus the Wilby Sandwiches.
So after this, we will have Sidewinder against the Wilby Sandwiches. And here we have the Mole getting ready. Are you both ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. Now remember, the Mole has to push them both out in order to win this fight. So right now the cluster is just trying to avoid it and hoping it drives out on its own. Ooh, and the Mole seems trapped. Is it immobilized? 10. Nope. It's moving. It's stuck on Rush. And the mole is trapped on the cluster. They're trying to carry it over the side. Oh, and it's back on the ground. It has to push these robots out without going out itself, which is easier said than done. And it's being lifted by a... ooh! Oh! And then goes to... your remote-controlled Harry Potter crime-fighting something or other. Law enforcement duo. Next we have the...
Next up we have Sidewinder versus the Will Be Sandwiches, followed by Private Iron versus Shadow.
So the first one being loaded into the arena is Sidewinder, a little vertical spinner robot. That's going to be going in the red square.
And in the blue square we have the Will Be Sandwiches.
Which is another cluster bolt, which Dave's in again. Can he repeat the success he's just had? I've just been reliably informed, no. Fleming has for that one. Okay. Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate.
Sidewinder spinning up.
You can hear the spinner on Sidewinder.
Look
how quick that was. That's a win for There Will Be Sandwiches.
That was quick.
Judges, who do we have next? And that was a 4-second fight.
Next up is Private Iron versus Shadow, followed by Total Robot versus Squirrel.
So Shadow and Private Iron next into the arena. So Gary's going to drive that to the blue square. We'll take Shadow to the blue square, please. Apparently that's proving more of an issue than we thought, getting Shadow to the blue square. Oliver going for just putting it straight in the arena. So, Private Iron, the tracked flipper robot in the red square. Shadow, the blue in the blue square. Yeah, sure. Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. And joining me on the commentary, we have Dave, our current AWS champion.
Hello there. Shut up.
Oliver's booing and driving at the same time now. That's what I call multitasking.
Interestingly, here we have two very old hands at the sport. These two have been around for decades, and they've been doing robots for decades as well.
So 10, 9, 8, 7.
Shadow is out.
So that's a win for Private Iron. Who's up next, guys?
Next is Total Robot versus Squirrel, which will be followed by Ronnie versus Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House.
And I can tell from the name already that's one of Dave's. So Toto Robot is being armed up as we speak. That's just being loaded in. So while we're waiting, we're just going to say a big hi to all the guys watching us online. How many are we up to now? We've got 36 people watching. So that's 36 people with nothing better to do today. So we've got Toto Robot and Squirrel. Are we ready, guys? 3, 2, 1, activate.
Squirrel, both being pushers here.
Now, Squirrel, as you notice, has got the battery taped on top. That's because Dan didn't measure anything before designing it.
He 3D printed the shell and then desperately tried to fit everything in. As you can see, it didn't.
So it's actually underneath the side of Toto Robot, the four-wheel drive pushing robot. One of our Northern Irish entries.
Squirrel has flipped itself over and
so
seems to be
10,
mobile.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was the most embarrassing way to go, I think. It's even worse than driving yourself off. So, judges, who do we have up in the arena next?
Next, we have Ronnie versus Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House.
Sorry, Mark, what was that one?
That was Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House.
And then who do we have after that? Come on, make it better than that.
After that, we have Nom 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 versus Combat Cluster.
So Dave's arming up Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. And that's fighting Ronnie. So in the blue square, we have the flipper of Ronnie, currently being plugged in. So we've got a nice multicolored creation at the moment being loaded into the arena. Now, you'll see with your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House, Dave's going to reverse first. That's so that the acetate on the front can expand. Then he'll go for it.
It technically classes an expanding robot.
Robot is. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So you see the forward drive pusher of your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. Has some serious pushing power, and Ronnie just continued driving straight out. And unfortunately, that means we're now going to have to say that name again later on. So, judges, who is in the arena next?
Next up is Nom 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 versus Combat Cluster. This is going to be followed by Titanic versus Inertia 5.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, you're up against Titanic.
Okay, so in the arena now we have Combat Cluster. You've got the large spinning robot that is the Combat Ant, half of it. Then you've got the little also ran part. As it's a cluster bot, both halves do have to be eliminated to win.
Now the tactic
in the red square we have Nom Nom Nom, a vertical spinner robot. You're going to be seeing one very similar to that in the next fight. I'll let you count.
Yep. 3. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. I have 2 very scary spinners. Ooh, and massive damage being done. Oh! Also around here getting under Om Nom Nom. Main combat cluster is out, but also Rad is providing trouble here, being far too low to be hit by the spinning disc. Oh! And the main robot on Combat Cluster no longer has any wheels. Oh, also Rad has driven out, unfortunately. You're against Titanic.
You got the other wheel? Yeah.
Right, we just clear the stuff.
Right, once again, they're cleaning the arena because there are far too many robot pieces in there. A lot of damage was caused during the last fight. I don't know if you can see, but the impacts have actually dug into the floor of the arena itself, and there are some scratches there. Up next, we have Inertia 5, a very nasty vertical spinner, against Titanic, which hasn't yet made an appearance. Here comes Titanic.
After this fight,
Willie's already been booed for this fight before it even begins.
Everyone here is siding for the underdog.
Can everyone say, "Aw"? Lovely, thank you. Right, so we have Titanic versus Iceberg. What's it called? Inertia 5.
Are you all ready?
3, 2, 1, activate. And Titanic there is moving about as... Whoa.
And Titanic is... Oh!
And the crowd goes wild. That's the most popular victory we've ever had. You should be ashamed, William.
Will bows out in shame. His robot looks to be in tatters.
Round of applause for Titanic, please. Lovely. Who's next?
Once again, it looks like we may want to clean the arena.
Right, after that surprising result, can we have Wutu versus Permanent Forever? And after that, Kellogg's Corn Snake versus Inertiant.
Which one? 7, because that's the only one left. Oh, is that not a better one?
I think it's Inertiant.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Can I just say a huge well done to Titanic for that one? Inertia has spectacularly self-destructed and is now out for the rest of the day.
Inertiant. Not you.
That was the wrong fight then. Inertiant's a
No,
different
no,
robot.
no. Coming up. I'm coming.
Oh, seven. Right, okay. Good, at least it didn't destroy my robot for nothing. Did that bug the arena in process?
Slightly.
Right, so we have Wutu in the blue square, four-wheel drive pushing robot. Who's it fighting? It's fighting Permanent Forever.
There's a nasty drum spinner. Will here still quite upset that he's absolutely destroyed his robot.
No,
The Titanic sunk him.
I'm just impressed in the way it did destroy itself. So spectacularly, and ejected all the parts out of the robot as well. It's all right. I've still got two other inertias going and momentum as well, so it's one less one to worry about.
There are plenty of crazy spinners still in the competition.
So, Roboteers, are we ready? Can we get Permanent back into the red square? There we go. Very eager robot, that
Brilliant.
one. 3, 2, 1, activate. The drum spinner on Permanent already up to speed, but stopped. We need to get it back spinning again so it can continue fighting.
Permanent's not getting an opportunity to hit his opponent. Drum spinner currently isn't doing much damage.
Seems to be having a bit of trouble engaging with Wutu. Nearly went out the arena there, very
Almost
close to being
pushed
pushed out. And there it goes. So that is a win for Wutu. Judges, who do we have in the arena next?
Next up is Kellogg's Corn Snake versus Inertiant, followed by
Inertiant.
Right.
followed by Cosmos versus Ant Ratchet.
I'm quite glad about that because I want to lose you as well. I think I'll prove that today, Dave. That's not going to happen. Well, it's not going to happen today. If they all explode like that, which when momentum goes in is a good chance. Yeah, it's a bit like a helicopter. So in the arena now we have our reigning champion, Kellogg's Corn Snake, in the red square.
Which won the
Come on, let's
AWS
get a cheer for
last
Kellogg's
year.
Corn Snake. And this time we're going to make absolutely no jokes about Dave Snake. And frantically being pumped up is Inertiant. Another pneumatic flipper robot. Frantically pumping it. So remember, you guys watching on the stream, if you see any robots that you want to see fighting later on in grudge matches, please suggest them. I'm not fighting you, Dave.
And of course, with the exception of Inertia 5, which is now no more.
Yeah, Inertia 5 is now the first robot today to be completely annihilated. Oh yeah, there are 2 spinners today. Right, Roboteers are ready. Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Inertiant will only have a few flips before running out of gas. We're not sure how powerful that flip is going to be. It's a new design.
It seems to have trouble, though, just moving around at the moment.
Missing the flip there. Had the chance when it was underneath Kellogg's Corn Snake. Dave very close to going out the arena there.
Inertiant has to be very careful with his flips because it only has him limited number.
Inertiant taking a ride on top of Kellogg's Corn Snake. Missing
Missing
another flip.
This may not bode well.
Nearly, if Dave just turned around, he'd have got Inertiant out there. Still going. Managed to claw it back right from the edge there.
Flip missed.
Good driving. And how are we doing for time, judges? We're coming up for the first
And that's
minute
the
of this
fourth
fight.
flip that's gone. Question is, will Inertiant have much more juice left in it?
Inertiant's having real trouble getting underneath Kellogg's Corn Snake. But equally, Kellogg's Corn Snake can't seem to be able to push it out. Both robots being driven very well. The reigning champion having some trouble trying to defeat its first round opponent here. We've had halfway through the fight. 1 minute 30 remaining. Remember, if this goes to the full 3 minutes, our judges will make the second decision of the day. They'll be basing their decision on style, control, damage, and aggression. Although not much damage going on in this fight. Inertia's right there next to the wall, getting close to the drop. 2 minutes have gone, but Inertia's stuck. And out. Over. That is a win for our reigning champion, Kellogg's Corn Snake.
The next fight is Cosmos versus Ant Ratchet, followed by Inertia 7 versus Phantom.
So, in the blue square, we have Cosmos. And in the red square, we have Ant Clank or Ratchet? Ant Ratchet. Now, Cosmos, last time out, was responsible for the best exit out of the arena. It drove straight over its opponent and out the arena. This time, they shouldn't be able to do that straight away. Roboteers, are you ready? Yes. Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So both robots immediately off. Cosmos flipping and Ratchet up, but managing to self-right. Very fast flipper on Ant Ratchet. Sorry, Cosmos.
That Ratchet seems stuck.
So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Oh, and it's out.
And that's the out of the arena for Cosmos. Judges, who is in the next fight?
The next fight is Inertia 7 versus Phantom, followed by Smart Ant 1 versus Vipto.
So next we have another of the Inertias. Let's see if it can spectacularly destroy itself again. Rematch. This is the biggest disc on any of the Inertias. And it's up against Phantom. Phantom being a robot with a fan in it. Phantom. He's coming. He just didn't know he was up.
Inertia 7 here in the arena, giving a little demo whilst we wait for the fan-driven suck bot. Steady. There are under 18s in the audience. Come on, Jim.
He flies off. I'll break another motor. Very interesting to see, actually. We'll find out. We're going to find out.
There's an interesting fight here because Jim's robot has a fan-driven sucker that sticks itself to the floor. And we're not quite sure what's going to happen with the disc. But we'll find out. Roboteers ready?
3, 2, 1, activate.
So, Phantom's the one that looks like a slinky. Inertia 7's been turned over, but it's back on its feet now. And it's straight out the arena. Jim's fan seems to work better than most. Who's next? Jim's got a fan, yes. That's a great pun.
So, judges, who do we have next?
Next up, Smart Ant 1 versus Vipto, followed by Warhorses versus Momentum.
Ooh, Warhorses up against Momentum.
So in the arena now we have Rip 2, which is a very scary spinner, and Smart Ant 1. Smart Ant 1, which has been around for years. So this is still running. It's a bit of an old and new fight, so let's see how this one goes.
Are you guys ready to go? 3, 2, 1, activate.
Rip 2 immediately spins up the disc,
Ooh,
throws Smart Ant across the arena.
Flying.
and has broken the flipper on the front. There's bits off it everywhere. And that's a surrender. Smart Ant's out. Andrew may be a very nice chap, but his robots aren't. Next up's a very fun fight. Have we got Reese? He's in the other room. Reese!
We have Warhorses.
Warhorses!
A paired cluster bot against Momentum, which is a full body overhead bar spinner.
Have fun, Will.
Momentum may well helicopter through the ceiling. Okay.
We're just waiting on Reese with Warhorses.
Yeah.
Who's after this one?
Andy Hibbert's renamed his robot to something.
Oh,
We just don't know which one.
Yeah, VSC.
VSC, okay.
So after this, we have eBog versus VSC.
Momentum's testing its spinner.
2 spinners.
And here come Warhorses.
Reese. Cyclops is in after this fight as well. Is that okay? Lovely. Here comes Warhorses.
Warhorse is a cluster bot that's very low to the ground.
Yeah, he's changed them since last time. He's got rid of his flippers.
We don't know if Momentum will be able to actually hit them due to their very low ground clearance.
This may seem like an exciting fight on the face of it, but it isn't going to be. You guys ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1, activate. Will spins up immediately there, but his blade seems to be too high for either cluster.
Oh, and he's taking a bit out.
Taking a small chunk out the front of the orange cluster.
He's been driven into a wall.
Momentum's over. Let's see.
Oh, hey.
Self-righting in spectacular fashion. And he's back running. Well, it can. Will had no idea his robot could self-right, but there we go.
Spun up again.
Spun up to full speed now.
Warhorses.
Warhorses are too low for Momentum's blade to hit.
Oh!
Until then, Momentum has lost the blade.
And is unfortunately out of the arena.
He's out the arena. That was fun.
Zelba's doing better. Yeah, the cluster bots are any group of robots that fit both within the cube itself and within the weight limit.
They have to fit in the cube combined and in the weight limit combined. Apart from that, as many bits as you want.
No, they do not.
Was way back when, that one. Next up, we have VSC, which stands for Very Silly Cluster. Fighting eBog. Now, nobody, including the builder, knows what eBog stands for. His brother knows, but he's not telling.
After this, we have Vertigo versus a Mean Garden Pot.
And just to point out, Momentum is now back together after losing its blade. It's a nice, easy fix.
Hello, Will. How was it losing to 2 wedges instead of 1?
Twice as annoying. Meant to be.
eBog's having technical difficulties.
So in the arena, you've got Cyclops, that's our fleaweight champion, along with Ickle. They're in the red square and waving to the camera very nicely.
They're fighting together as the very silly Clusterbot.
It may be very silly, but it could also be very deadly if it gets the right hit on its opponent, which is still having some issues getting into the arena. They've pulled out, so that's an immediate win for the very silly cluster.
Eborg has forfeited.
Judges, who do we have up next?
Up next is Vertigo versus Mean Garden Pot, followed by Avenger versus Hoagie.
Avenger. So we've got Mean Garden Pot against Vertigo.
Where's Andrew? Does it spin? We're just waiting on Andrew with Vertigo. Here he is now.
We're just waiting for Vertigo to enter the arena. We've got Mean Garden Pot in the blue square. That is a full-body spinner robot.
It's also a sucker robot.
That's not very nice. I thought it was quite good.
It's also a walking robot. It has the big trifecta of uselessness.
I think that's a bit unfair. Should we all give a nice big cheer for the Garden Pot? Come on. That's more like it. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So Vertigo has flipped the pot.
Well, the sucker
10,
doesn't work.
9, 8,
The
7,
spinner doesn't
6,
work.
5,
Here we go.
4, 3, 2, 1, cease. Unfortunately, it was a little bit slow to spin up, so that is a win for Vertigo.
The Mean Garden Pot, not so mean.
Judges, who do we have up next?
The next fight is Avenger versus Hoagie, and that will be followed by Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor versus Baby Hell.
Okay,
Dave
so
Weston.
Hoagie and Avenger. We've got a new robot here with Hoagie, a nice little two-wheel drive pusher, and that's fighting Avenger, also a two-wheel drive pusher. So expect one of these robots to get pushed out of the arena.
So how much damage are we expecting from this fight?
Lots and lots and
Lots
lots.
and lots and lots and
So
lots.
much damage, we won't know what to do with it.
Do the wheels class as spinners? That's what we need to
Yes,
ask
and
ourselves.
they're really dangerous weapons. I mean, the arena might not stand up to it.
Right. This could be the end of time as we know it, folks. If Avenger even will go in the arena.
Are we going in the arena?
Can
Can we have Hoagie in the blue square, please?
Come over to the blue square.
And we've got
Hoagie.
Avenger in the red square. Two very low robots.
Hoagie's one of our newcomers here today, so we cheer him on.
So, come on for the newcomers.
No.
Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So this is the first full competition fight for Hoagie.
Avenger's very quick off the mark. He's also very strong with that metal body shell.
Well, he's lasted longer than both of the inertias combined, so he's doing quite well so far.
Well, most robots do, Will. Most robots do.
That's pretty true, actually.
Hoagie's
So,
also quite quick on the
Hoagie's
drive.
employing the well-known tactic of running away.
I think that's what we call it in the technical manual. It's running away. But Avenger can't get it.
Oh, it's underneath Avenger.
Underneath
If
Avenger.
Hoagie can then push, didn't take full advantage of that.
It's good driving there from Hoagie, though.
And using Avenger as a ramp. That's a technique we haven't seen too much of today. That was Reese's downfall at the last one. And that is a win for the newcomer and Hoagie. Well done. Okay, judges, who's up next?
Next is Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor versus Baby Hell, followed by Spyro 2 versus Smart Fleas.
Smart Fleas.
Okay, so Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor against Baby Hell. So you're going to be seeing our first axe robot in the arena today. So in the blue square we have Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor.
Haz, can you tell us what the name means?
No.
No.
And while we're waiting for Dave to enter the arena. Yeah. So Dave's showing his support for Hoagie as he loads his robot into the arena.
Haz says...
So, well, Dave's had some input to the robot, hence why he's so pleased that it won.
Haz says we're not allowed to know what Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor means, so if anyone wants to write in and tell us, we'd be perfectly grateful.
Or even come up with your own suggestions, post it on the stream. Roboteers, are we ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Baby Hell is a four-wheel drive robot with an axe. Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor is now moving. That makes a nice change.
Maybe the bitter prank is that it's very imminent in
And you can see the axe of Baby Hell there pounding into the top of that robot.
There's lots of damage. I know you won't be able to see it on the cameras or anything in the arena, but there is damage to the top.
We'll put the close-up of that robot after the fight, which is now...
bitter prank is out the arena.
Was it all that damage caused by Dave's axe that stopped you working there? It was, yes.
It was the axe damage.
Definitely the damage caused by Baby
Has
Hell.
a sad face.
But you still won, Dave, so still a win for Baby Hell. Judges, who's up next?
It's a win.
Up next is Spyro 2 versus Smart Fleas. That's followed by Void versus Svengali.
So the next fight has got Spyro 2, a very nice spinning disc robot, and that's fighting 2 flea weights combined to form the cluster bot of Smart Fleas. That's Smart Flea and Smart Flea's better brother, if they're going to make it into the arena.
BB.
Who else are we waiting for that we could get in next?
Scott's got up.
We've made Scott leave his chair at long last. It's time for Void to enter the arena along with...
Svengali.
And Svengali. If we can get both of those robots lined up in the arena.
The driver of Svengali is Jarvis. Often thought of as one of our better drivers here today.
He also drives the heavyweight robot Titan, and has been doing quite well with that lately. Is Svengali anywhere? We're going to have to look forward to the next fight after that. Who's up after these two?
After that is Anticide versus Variant.
Can we get Anticide and Variant ready, please? It's just as well we're calling all these fights, because none of the Roboteers are ready. Mark, who do we have after that? Maybe we've got someone who's in here now and could actually fight. We have Svengali. We can do Svengali and Void. We'll do those two after, because Scott's ready. Then after that, we're going to have Spyro 2 and Smart Fleas. So you guys get ready to go.
Coming into the arena now is Void, who was our reigning champion at the one before the last AWS.
So he won AWS 38.
He did indeed.
Dave won 39.
And Scott...
And we're still waiting to decide who wins 40.
Scott actually won it on his birthday, which was an extra present. Whether we let him do it or not.
And since it's not his birthday today, he's not allowed to win.
He's not going to win, no. Does it work, Scott?
It's always handy when you have to smell the robot to see if it's working. No magic smoke, that's always good. Because we run on the theory that robots are powered by smoke. If you let the smoke out, they won't work anymore.
Working?
We have a flipper working on Void. No drive on Void. Can we get Spyro 2 and Smart Fleas armed up and into the arena, please?
Sorry, Jarvis. 1 minute.
We'll be getting there in a minute. So, in the blue square, all nicely loaded up now. So, we've got Smart Flea and Smart Flea's better brother. They're forming the Smart Flea's cluster, and Spyro 2, the vertical disc robot made out of polycarbonate. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate.
Spyro immediately spinning up there.
And a very quiet spin. You don't hear much from this one. Shows how nicely balanced it is. And it's
well
littering the
balanced.
arena with
It's
bits of plastic and 3D printed. Now,
causing complete carnage, but
we're down to one half of the cluster bot. Remember, Spyro must beat both. So Smart Fleet. And lots of plastic all over the arena. We're going to have to clean it out now. But that is a win for Spyro 2.
And a brush for the arena.
Now, we've got Anticide and Variant ready to go in. So while we're waiting for Void and Svengali, we're going to run Variant and Anticide. We're just going to clean the arena, remove all the little excess bits of plastic.
Brush for the arena, please.
On the plus side, the Smart Fleas cluster is now definitely within weight. And we've got the driver for one of the Smart Fleas picking up all the little bits that have come off. Bit down there as well. Okay, so in the red square we have Variant, one of the meanest horizontal spinners we've got in the competition. And in the blue square we have multiple winner Anticide. Anticide won AWS 28, 29 and 30 all in a row. It's got a big pneumatic flipper on that. So let's hope the roof of the arena is up to scratch. Roboteers, are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Pete immediately spinning up Variant, Anticide, Cagey going into the fight. This could be a big impact if Variant makes contact. Andy's being very cautious. Pete's too close to the edge there. Retreating back into the safety of the arena.
Variant is out.
And that's how you beat Variant. Flipped out of the arena by Anticide. Next up in the arena, can we have Void and Svengali if they're ready? If not, judges, who can we have instead?
After that, the next fight would be Zelma Bibler versus Smart Ant 2.
So can we get Zelma Bibler and Smart Ant 2 ready? If those two are ready to go in, they can go straight into the arena. Who do we have after that?
Stewie versus Ant Clank.
So can we get Stewie and Ant Clank ready as well? You're going to be in very soon. Actually, Mark, let's have a couple of fights while we're waiting so we can get the Roboteers ready so we're not waiting around. So read out the next couple of fights for us.
Right, so the next fight is...
So can the following robots please get ready to enter the arena as soon as possible?
Hopefully the next fight is Void versus Svengali. Then...
It was Stewie and someone else.
Then Smart Ant 2 versus
Smart Ant 2 and
Zelma
Stewie, can you get ready too?
No, Smart Ant 2 versus Zelma Bibler.
Oh, Smart Ant 2 and Zelma Bibler. Then Stewie
and Ant Clank.
And Ant Clank.
After that, Adder and Skidmark.
Then Adder and Skidmark, can you please make sure your robots are ready to fight too? We've just heard that Void is dead, so we're now going to scrap that fight. Svengali gets an instant win. And we're going to go on to immediately our next fight, which is... So Zelma Bibler and Smart Ant 2, can you please both enter the arena? So Zelma, our Maltese entry, is in the blue square. That's the black robot with a flipper. And coming in, we have Smart Ant 2, a white and clear plastic robot, also with a flipper. Just wait for the Roboteers to be ready. Are we ready, guys? Yep. Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So you can see immediately the speed of Zelma as it drives all across the arena. Nearly drove itself out. Good job the walls were there. Smart Ant 2 seems to be having some trouble with maneuvering, but it seems to be working better now. In behind Zelma. And it's now eating Zelma. Shows that you can also use a flipper as a grabber if you wanted to, but can it move? No, you can't, not allowed to pin. Zelma's very close to going out the arena there. Darting all over the arena. Doesn't look like the flipper's gone all the way down on Zelma. That's better. How are we doing for time, judges? Oh, Zelma's got a flip in. Smart Ant's on its side, not moving, so let's count them down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is a win for Zelma Bibler. So we get these two robots out of the arena, and in next we have...
Stewie versus Ant Clank, followed by Adder versus Skidmark.
And then after Adder and Skidmark, who do we have?
It's Not Easy Being Green and Duff.
So can we get Duff ready? Pump up the pneumatic system on that. It's Not Easy Being Green is the hexapod walker we saw earlier. Oh, can you stand out the way of the camera? Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So Stewie was in the blue square and Clank in the red. Stewie using that flipper to good effect. And Clank self-righting though. Stewie's close to the edge of the arena there, self-righting beautifully. Both robots trying to stay in the middle of the arena.
Clank self-righting there.
Needs to try and work Stewie towards the side of the arena. Now the problem is Ant Clank's caught under the flipper of Stewie, meaning Stewie can't self-right. Both of them wedged together. Now if Ant Clank can get Stewie, they can get him out of the arena potentially. Very close, and Stewie is out. Nothing could have been done about that one. Some good driving from Ant Clank. Very unlucky for Dave. Now then, who have we got next in the arena? We've got Skidmark and Adder. Can we have both of those robots ready to go, please?
And that will be followed by Duff versus It's Not Easy Being Green.
Oh, that could be one of mine. We haven't got time to pick up all the bits of mine. So can we have Skidmark and Adder in the arena, please? Followed by... What did we say again? And then Duff and It's Not Easy being green. No, that's not mine.
There are a lot of screws
So
in the
going
arena.
into the blue square, we have Skidmark.
Axe Robot here.
So one of our Axe robots, and that's going to be fighting
It's not easy
Duff.
being green. Oh, no,
No, it's fighting Duff, the pneumatic flipper of Duff. Reese has just gone to put some air in the pneumatic system.
We shall. Oh,
Sorry,
Skidmark is
Skidmark's fighting Adder.
The judges have informed us that we don't know what we're talking about.
I think I already knew that we didn't know what we were talking about. I proved that with the flea weight competition. So Adder is now being armed up. That explains why he's standing there. So Adders have been put back together. It had its flipper amputated earlier by Quijibo. Is it all working?
The last minute surgery, and it is in one piece.
So you can see at the front end, it's got a slight mark where Quijibo got it. So Adder's in the red square. Can you just... There we go, that's better. Robot is ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. A very cagey start from Skidmark. Still driving even when it's up on its back. But of course that does reverse the controls slightly. Makes it harder to drive. And of course the axe weapon's not effective when it's upside down as well. Adder's trying to line up for an out the arena flip, I think. Very close, and Skidmark's down. That's another win for Adder. Right, now it's Duff, and It's Not Easy being green. It's also not easy to get the names right at these things. So, It's Not Easy being green. It's a nice little hexapod robot. No offensive capability whatsoever. And as a result, we all want it to win, don't we?
Yes, of course. Titanic V2.
And it's got some really tough armor on this thing, cardboard. And as it's just been pointed out to me, it did work for Titanic. So, yeah. We're now waiting for Duff to enter the arena.
We shall see if Duff can actually get some flips in this time, as there's unfortunate in this last round.
Duff's just being carried over now. We'll have the following fight just announced, yeah, so they can get ready. So these robots, can you please get ready to enter the arena next?
The Barbarian and MakerBot.
So MakerBot and Barbarian, we need you in the arena next. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So Duff's going to come straight in and try and flip It's Not Easy being green over. If it gets flipped, that is it. And that is it. 10, 9, that was easy. That's a nice convincing win there for Duff. Well worth the wait. So can we have MakerBot and... Barbarian and MakerBot. We need those two in the arena, please. So Barbarian is the bar spinner that we saw earlier. Had the first judge's decision of the day against Succulent.
Took serious amounts of damage then. We'll see how.
So is Barbarian fully repaired? Now we will see.
After that, guys.
Jim doesn't know either. Jim is the builder of Barbarian. He doesn't know if it's fully working either.
Will, do you want the next fight?
We'll have the next fight announced as well. So can these robots please get ready to enter the arena?
Miso and General Mayhem.
So General Mayhem and Miso, please get your robots ready. You're going to be in next. But for now, Roboteers ready. Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So the bar is working on Barbarian. That was a big hit.
Bar was working
and the battery has been unplugged on Barbarian, so that is an instant win. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's not going anywhere. The battery's been unplugged. So a nice win there for MakerBot, and a very unlucky loss there for Jim. So can we get Miso and General Mayhem in the arena? These are two very similar robots, tracked flippers on both of them. And while we're waiting, we'll get the next fight announced, so you guys can get ready.
That will be Succulent versus Napalm Death.
Pete, is Succulent still working? Pete? Pete? Is Succulent still working? In next fight, after this one. Can we have the next fight as well, just so you can get ready for it?
Quantum versus an exciting supernatural opportunity.
So can we get Quantum and an exciting supernatural opportunity up next? General Mayhem and Miso Horny are the two in the arena right now. And I hope Tim's not making me wait just so he can keep getting me to say his robot's name. Tim is making his way into the arena now. So as we said, these are two very similar robots. Both have tracks and both have flippers. So it should be an interesting fight. We might need our judges for this one. So in the red square, we have General Mayhem. In the blue square, we have Miso. RobotWars, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So they're both going for a very cagey start. We need you to actually hit each other, guys. That's better. General Mayhem seems to be the one that's lower at the front. And as soon as I say that, Miso gets underneath it. So both robots very cagey, trying to push or flip each other out the arena. General Mayhem self-righting there.
And General Mayhem has trapped Miso. And has slipped himself over. Oh.
So you've got an interesting thing there. General Mayhem has got Miso in its flipper. Managed to get free. Miso seems to be stuck, but self-righting. And Miso Horny gets flipped out of the arena by General Mayhem. Up next we have...
Succulent versus Napalm Death.
So can we get Succulent and Napalm Death in the arena, followed by...
Quantum versus an exciting supernatural opportunity.
And then after them we have... I'm really pushing Mark to make sure he can keep track of who's fighting when. So I don't have to.
After that is Gross Incompetence versus Dr. Face Replace.
Okay. So Pete, if you could just come and stand around this side so we don't get a view of you behind. That's much better. Oh, we've got to make some adjustments to Succulent. Apparently some of the bits of combat, Succulent rather, got bent in the last fight with Barbarian. The bar has been reattached, so hopefully it'll stay on. The arena is sealed. RobotWars, are we ready? Kerry, are you ready? Good. 3, 2, 1, activate. And the bar spins up on Succulent. You know, grinding against Napalm Death, not causing much damage.
Has a lot of armor on it.
Surprisingly resilient.
Oh, the disc has come off. Yes, and Napalm Death's armor seems to have won out in the end. Succulent no longer
So
has
the
disc.
bar is now missing from Succulent. It's now relying on its pushing power alone to beat Napalm Death. Bear in mind, if this goes to the judges, that damage to Succulent will play an important part. Come on, Kerry, let's see the axe of Napalm Death in action. There we go, chopping into the top. In fact, not quite hitting it. It's a really flat robot Succulent, not quite reaching it. We've now got a very slow pushing match. And they're now they're now separated. We're caught together for a minute there. We've reached 1 minute of this gripping fight.
Napalm Death has resorted to spinning in circles.
And Pete's resorted to actually using the suction power now.
It doesn't seem to be working, however.
Pete, spin your brushless motor. Do that. Pete deciding not to go with my advice. He's just keeping his front end pushing. How are we doing for time, judges? We're now halfway through this fight at 1 minute 30. If this goes the full 3 minutes, we're going to have to go to our judges. But Succulent very close to the edge of the arena there. And they're back into the middle of the arena. So Succulent pinning Napalm Death against the side of the arena there, managing to get free. Napalm Death using the power, nearly drove itself out. We must be coming up for 2 minutes of this fight at least. We're at 2 minutes, 1 more minute remaining. We're going to need a 10-second count for our judges, so get ready with that microphone. Pete's stuck, so we're going to count it down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, cease. And that is a very, very impressive win there for Napalm Death. I don't think even Kerry, the driver of Napalm Death, was expecting to win that one. So in the arena next, we have...
Quantum versus an exciting supernatural opportunity.
So you're not in yet, Oliver. Quantum and an exciting supernatural opportunity, which will be followed by...
Gross Incompetence versus Dr. Face Replace.
Just a quick announcement for any RobotWars. If you require food, the main campus central shop is open. If you go straight out the main doors, you can't miss it. It'll be on the left. I've also been told to tell you there's a big tree in the way as well, but you can probably work out where the shop is. Roboteers, are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Quantum is the flipper in the red square. An exciting supernatural opportunity is the pusher in the blue. Quantum, a very low robot. I don't know if Haz will be able to get underneath it with his scoop. And it is an exciting supernatural opportunity. Going to give us an exciting supernatural fight. Probably not, is the cry from the Roboteers. Oh, it's on its back now. Can it self-right? No, so that we're going to count it down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cease. So that's a win for Quantum. Next up in the arena, we have Gross Incompetence and Dr. Face Replace.
Followed by?
Can we swap that one? Dr. Face Replace. Has just been in, so we might want to time. Next.
Antimatter versus Zenith.
Can we get Antimatter and Zenith? So we got Zenith and Antimatter, was that? So can we get Zenith and Antimatter into the arena right away? That will be followed up with Gross Incompetence and Dr. Face Replace. So which square are you loading into? If we can have Zenith in the blue square and Antimatter in the red square, you'll see Zenith is a nice big spinning disc robot. Nice massive vertical disc. It's also one of the few tracked robots we got here today. So Zenith just being armed up there by Scott. And Antimatter makes it into the red square, so if we can get Zenith in the blue.
Are you ready?
This should be a good fight. Are we ready, guys? Brilliant. Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So the disc on Zenith immediately spins up.
Antimatter being very wary. Taking a nasty hit.
Not doing too much damage, though. That seems to be working well. Zenith on its back.
And
nearly threw itself out the arena. Hitting Antimatter repeatedly. Zenith spinning up again. So the scoop on Antimatter is bent. That will make it a lot harder to get underneath Zenith. As you just saw, the scoop's now even more bent after that impact. Bits of plastic and cable ties are raining down, but Zenith goes out. That is a win for Antimatter. More of a self-KO by Zenith, but a win is a win nonetheless. And Zenith has also shredded its own flag. I think Scott's more worried about that than losing. It's damaged its own flag. Right, next up we have Gross Incompetence and Dr. Face Replace, which will be followed by
Good and Evil versus Hellboy.
And then after Good and Evil and Hellboy, can these robots get ready?
Inertia 6 and Egg Eater.
Watch out. Right then, in the arena, in the blue square, we have Dr. Face Replace, the largest vertical spinner we've got on one of our robots. Sounds very mean as well, spinning up nicely. Coming into the red square, we have Gross Incompetence, which is not an assessment of Oliver's capabilities, I swear. Oh, apparently it is. Apparently he is really incompetent. Let's see if he can win this fight and prove everyone wrong. So, Roboteers, are you ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, activate. So Dr. Face Replace gets that bar immediately up to speed. With this impact, there could be a big hit here. And unfortunately, there was a big hit, but that was Dr. Face Replace deciding to replace the floor. We've now got some sawdust in the arena. We're going to clear that out as we get Inertia 6.
No, that's Good and Evil versus Hellboy.
Good and Evil and Hellboy, sorry, Inertia 6 is in the next fight. We're just going to clear some bits of robot out the arena. Even more reason why you should be able to hit it. At least it didn't surprise you. Mark, could we have after this fight? So Inertia 6
And Egg Eater.
and Egg Eater. So if those two robots can get ready. Can we just call the next fight after that as well? So if you're in this fight, please get your robots ready to go.
The remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo and May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door.
They will mark on the arena. So unfortunately, we can't clean too much more of the arena. As you can see, we've now got some nice big marks in the middle of it. The biggest of which was now thanks to Dr. Face Replace, who decided to damage our floor. I'll get him for that later. So just making its way into the arena now, into the red square, we have Good and Evil, the cluster bot formed of Divinity and Little Devil. Last time out, Divinity decided to smash up its own teammate. Ah, okay, they've decided to do a pincer movement now. Or has Little Devil changed sides over to Hellboy? Maybe it's got fed up of being smashed up by its teammate and decided to swap sides at the last minute. Right then, so we've got the team tactics. We already know Divinity's going to go first. Jim, are you ready to take on those two? You two ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Divinity spins up its bar. This time Little Devil's hanging back, deciding not to replace the flipper. And Hellboy is now going to take on Little Devil. Remember, if Little Devil wins, the clusterbot can still win this fight. And, oh no, managed yourself right. We're just about to start the count. Hellboy's very low at the front there. That scoop is very low, getting underneath Little Devil most of the time. Also got a nice flipper on that robot. Dave's cheering on his teammate, but unfortunately to no avail. That's another win for Hellboy, with a very nice victory spin there in the arena. Okay, in the arena now we have Inertia 6 and Egg Eater. They will be followed up by
The remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo and May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door.
Okay, so in the blue square we have the vertical spinner of Inertia 6, and in the red square very soon we will have, hopefully, the tracked robot Egg Eater. Now just a word, for any roboteers who haven't had a fight with one of their robots yet, that's because you've had a buy. There have been quite a lot of them distributed throughout the draw. You will be fighting, everyone that's on the whiteboard in the pits will be in the competition, and you'll still have both of your double elimination fights. But if you haven't fought so far, it's because you've had a buy. That's why. So we've got the two robots ready. Are they both working and ready to go? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Inertia 6 being driven by Finn. It's probably the worst inertia going, but it's the only one still working, so it's doing better than most. Some nice sparks there, and taking the track off. And somehow the disc is still spinning. Is Egg Eater fully mobile? We have to raise the question. Is Egg Eater mobile? We need to see if Egg Eater's mobile, capable of controlled movement. So try driving. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And finally, a win for an Inertia in Inertia 6. Okay, so up next we have the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo, and they'll be fighting May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door. So I'm going to hand over the mic back to Finn.
Yep, and we have another cluster bot in this next fight. 2 cluster bots. So 4 robots on the field.
And after this, can we have Private Iron versus Little Doris?
Sorry?
Private Iron versus Little Doris.
So we have Private Iron and Little Doris, if Little Doris is still in the competition. The Harry Potter duo having trouble keeping the robots within the arena. Is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. And the rush is rushing. It would seem that the second part of the other cluster about nothing but happiness is immobile. Although his teammate is trying to help itself right. That seems unlikely. So we have both of the magical Harry Potter duo fighting against this one robot and just pushing it around the arena at the moment. It is hard to shift, however, because of its tracks. It also has a flipper, which isn't doing much at the moment, unfortunately. Now this fight may go to full length, 3 minutes, in which case we'll need a judge's decision. Currently, however, both of the dynamic Harry Potter duo are fighting up against... Yes, it does. Because I can't remember for the life of me what it is. Ah, yes, they seem to be fighting each other. Rush is... Oh, out! So it's one-on-one now. With the Pope against nothing but happiness. The orange one. Rush will not stop going in circles, even though it's out. And how much time do we have left, judges? 2 minutes, 1 minute remaining. So this may well go to full time, as neither of these robots seem capable of knocking the other one out. Right, and it is flipped again.
30 seconds to go.
Looks like this match will be going to the judges' books.
$20 seconds.
Second countdown in a moment. Close.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It cease. So, judge deliberation.
Right then, so our second judge's decision of the day. Do we have a decision?
The winner goes to the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo.
Okay, so that's a win for Dave and I.
And judges, who's next?
Can we have Sidewinder versus the Mole?
I believe you're through. You got to buy.
The sound of resounding silence through the hall. And who do we have coming up next? Let's get some robots ready to go.
After that, Shadow versus Squirrel.
And then?
A reappearance by Squirrel.
Now come on, Dan, flip yourself over again.
After that, Nom 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 versus Bulletproof.
So can we get all of those robots ready to go so we can keep this flowing? So in the arena now we've got Sidewinder, was that? And Sidewinder and the Mole. If we can have those two in. So Sidewinder, can you make your way to the blue square, please?
Sidewinder here being a spinner.
So Sidewinder with that little vertical spinning disc. And who are we waiting for? We're waiting for the Mole.
The Mole, I believe.
So that's Reese's four-wheel drive pusher. Who are we waiting for next? Let's see if they're ready to go.
After that, Shadow versus Squirrel.
So Shadow and Squirrel, are you ready to run?
Squirrel is ready.
Okay, let's get those two in the arena. We've got some frantic movement going on from Squirrel.
Squirrel's happily
Is it working now? Yes, there we go. So we'll take Sidewinder out. We're going to get Shadow and Squirrel in. So Gary, if we can put Shadow in the red square, please. Slowly but surely. Reese, you'll be in the next fight, so please keep ready. There we go. Shadow's in the red square now. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the flipper of Shadow against the pusher of Squirrel.
Squirrel here.
As we said earlier, Squirrel had some design issues, but nearly managed to push Shadow out the arena there. Dan's taking it very careful on the sticks, making sure he doesn't flip it over like he did last time.
His main tactic right now seems to be...
But it's got a lot of pushing power on it. It's really pushing when it gets... Oh! Nearly managed to push Shadow out the arena. If he can just get control, get in underneath it. Shadow is technically still moving. Is it now?
Is it? Yeah, I believe it. Oh,
there we go. Shadow's managing to self-right.
Squirrel spinning frantically.
And it's upside down, so after a good start, that's counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a win for Gary and Shadow.
And
unlucky Dan.
The end of Squirrel.
So now we can actually get the fight we're due to have in before this one. We can have the Mole and Sidewinder. Yeah. Both robots now ready. So in the blue square, we have the Mole. And in the red square, we will have Sidewinder.
And after this, we will have Nom 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 versus Bulletproof.
So can we get Nom and Bulletproof ready to go in? Then after that, we will have...
Titanic versus Wutu.
Titanic and Wutu. Okay. Roboteers, are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. Sidewinder's disc immediately spins up.
Which is whether it'll be able to actually do damage to the Mole.
The Mole is a very heavily armoured robot, all armoured in HGP plastic. And Sidewinder goes out. So we're going to have Nom 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 and Bulletproof, although Andy's apparently straightening out Nom. So we're going to call the next fight instead, if you're ready to go.
Titanic versus Wutu.
So if Titanic and Wutu are ready, then after Titanic and Wutu, we will have...
Bonnie versus Combat Cluster.
So Ronnie and Combat Cluster.
No, they're just taking a moment.
He'll be in a minute. So Wutu and Titanic, they're entering the arena now. So Wutu, can you make way to the blue square, please? And when Titanic makes its way into the arena... Now, of course, Titanic is the robot that well and truly smashed up Inertia 5 earlier. He's got some fantastic power behind that machine.
It's a great defensive machine, I must say.
So, Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate.
Slowly approaching his foe.
So the awesome Titanic's trying to use its pushing power here to get Wutu out of the arena. Or failing that, it's going to completely annihilate its opponent. It's got the Chimney of Doom fitted on the top. So judges, we might keep you on hand for this one, just in case we need it. So we've got a real Titanic battle going on in our arena right now. Oh, come on, that's not going to be the worst one we hear today. And the Titanic has sunk out of the arena. So next up, have we got Combat Cluster? Is that still running?
We shall see if the wheels are back on Combat Cluster.
So we need Nom 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 and Bulletproof. We're waiting for Nom. We also need Combat Cluster and Ronnie. Can we get those two ready to go? Ronnie's here. We're waiting for Combat Cluster. Who's up next? Let's hope that someone's in the arena now.
After that, it would be Permanent Forever versus Inertia 5.
Permanent wins. Inertia 5 can't fight Permanent, as it's now missing most of the internals and the front scoop. So even if it did put all the insides back in, the disc could hit the floor straight away.
So instead, that fight will be Kellogg's Corn Snake versus Death Becomes Bear.
Now, this is going to be an interesting fight. The couple's going to be fighting each other. I don't think they're going to take it. Dave's going to let Gemma win this one. I think he's been told he's going to let Gemma win this one. I think we can see who wears the trousers in this relationship. Oh, no, Dave, we're going to put these two in first. Oh, Andy's here. We'll do these two, then you're going straight after. So we're going to do Death Becomes Bear versus Kellogg's Corn Snake, followed immediately by Nom and Bulletproof. So we have Death Becomes Bear being driven by Gemma. Come on, Gemma, are you going to beat Dave?
I didn't beat him before in every practice.
So apparently they're going to be fighting later. So this is round 1. Round 2 will be following up quite soon. And round 3, as Dave just said, is in the hotel afterwards. Right then, you two, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So let's hope this doesn't upset anyone. Death Becomes Bear. Oh, Dave has beaten Gemma. Which means I think there's now a plane ticket for 1 going back to Belfast. And now in the arena we're going to have Bulletproof and Nom. So in the red square we have Bulletproof. In the blue square we're going to have the vertical spinner of Nom. Just waiting for Nom to respond. There we go.
It remains to be seen whether Nom's very fast spinner will be able to get through Bulletproof's armor.
Well, Andy's just been straightening out Nom. Is it all going to work? Okay, RobotWars, stand by. 3, 2, 1, activate. So the spinner on Nom immediately gets up to speed. Oh, it's hit straight into the roof of the arena. Bulletproof's dead, so 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And some fantastic gyro dancing there from Nom. And a win for Andy. Mark, who's up next in the arena?
Up next is Ronnie versus Combat Cluster.
So Ronnie and Combat Cluster, followed by
Phantom and Ripper 2.
Phantom, then Ripper 2. After that, can we have another one so we can get them ready as well?
After that, Cosmos versus Inertient.
So Cosmos and Inertient after those ones we've just read out. So we've got Combat Cluster now all back together after destroying itself earlier.
We have half of it.
And the other half has just been dropped very carefully into the arena. So remember, Ronnie has to beat both halves of the cluster bot. RobotWars, are we ready? And you're playing a very risky game there, Scott. Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So the offensive half of the cluster bot, also known as Also Ran, immediately on the offensive. And it's taking on Ronnie. Unfortunately, Gary keeps running over Also Ran. So it's Also Ran over. Oh, and the wheels come off the combatant half. But it is technically still moving. Are we going to count that as fully controlled motion, though? Oh, it's now amputated its own wheel. And Also Ran is now fighting pretty much alone. But we saw how well it did earlier. Can Also Ran keep going to win the fight? Let's see. Pete should be winning on damage since he's done more to himself than anyone else. He's also, one of the blades is hanging out of the spinner. So it's Scott driving Also Ran.
And Also Ran is attacking.
Oh, nearly going out the arena there. Also Ran is now the only surviving half of the combat cluster. Ronnie's being a little bit unfair, going around on top of it, trying to squash its opponent. It's a new tactic. Judges, how are we doing for time? We're at 1 minute 10 of this 3-minute fight. Scott's asking for a flipper to be added to his robot mid-fight. And that's a win for Ronnie. So, judges, who's up next in the arena?
Up next is Ripper 2 versus Phantom, followed by Cosmos versus Inertient.
So Ripper 2 and Phantom, then Cosmos and Inertient. Can we get those robots ready? Then the one after that as well, we'll get them going.
After Cosmos versus Inertient is Inertia 7 versus Smart Ant.
Okay, we can do that one. It's the only one that's still working. Okay, guys, I've just been told out in the lobby we have some of the RepRap 3D printers, which, seeing some of the damage that's been done today, you might want to go and have a word with them now, see if they can repair your robots. But in the arena now, we have Ripper 2, a nice new robot for today. That's in the blue square. We've then got the suction fan robot of Phantom. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So Rip is immediately off and out of the arena. That was very straightforward, unfortunately, but a win for Jim and the Phantom. Next up in the arena we have...
Inertient versus Cosmos.
So can we get Cosmos and Inertient into the arena, please? So Cosmos is already in the blue square. Inertient is our pneumatic flipper. That's just being connected up. That should be ready to go in the red square. Okay, robot is ready. So Inertient in the red square. Cosmos in the blue. 3, 2, 1, activate. The robots are off, haven't hit each other yet. Cosmos with a very good flipper. Inertient with the more powerful pneumatic flipper.
Cosmos self-righting though.
But Cosmos can run both ways up as well as self-righting.
And it's coming back with a vengeance.
Inertient using its flipper to self-right seems to be stuck. If Reese backs off, it might be up. No, Inertient's back on its flipper. Waiting to self-right. Will it self-right?
To do it for him.
We're going to have to start counting Inertient down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a win for Cosmos. Next up in the arena we have...
Inertia 7 versus Smart Ant.
So we've got Inertia 7 and Smart Ant coming up next as I grab my robot. Is Smart Ant ready to go? Okay, let's enter the arena.
And after that, who do we have? Are all the Roboteers ready? Will, are you ready? Yeah, go on. You ready? So, 3, 2, 1, activate. Inertia spinning up. Let's see if it can stay in the arena this time. Smart Ant taking a beating. Unfortunately, it has driven itself out.
Right, up now is Warhorses versus Defiant.
Shark's gotten his first win.
Followed by Vertigo versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead.
Yes, but what about the robot, Mark? So who's in next again?
Up now is Defiant versus Warhorses.
So Defiant and Warhorses, another one of our cluster bots. Followed by
Vertigo and I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead.
Is Vertigo ready to go? Okay, who's up after them?
After Vertigo and I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead is Momentum and Ebog.
Is Ebog in here ready to go? Right, we'll get them as well. Okay. Who's after that?
After Momentum and Ebog is Mean Garden Pot and Avenger.
Okay, can we get all of those robots ready to go so they don't have to wait around anymore? I've just been told we've got over 500 views on our web stream today. So thank you to everyone at home who's watching. It really must be boring at weekends now. Also, if you keep posting on the chat, you can tell us who you want to win our fight. And remember, you can keep posting for the grudge matches. If you keep posting, we're going to try and write some of those down and get them in the arena later on. Who's Defiant fighting?
Defiant versus Warhorses.
Warhorses. Anyone ready to fight Warhorses? Okay.
So, up next, Defiant against Warhorses.
No, because Warhorses isn't here yet. Okay, Mark, give us another one. Hopefully someone will turn up.
Vertigo versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead.
Vertigo, are you in the arena? No, you're not. Are you in the pits?
The pits can hear us, can't they? 30-second delay.
Right, if you're in the pits and can hear us, please get your robots ready and in the arena. We're looking for Warhorses.
Warhorses, Defiant, Vertigo, I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead, Momentum, Ebog, Mean Garden Pot, and Avenger.
So if you own any of those robots, please get them in the arena now.
Also, if you are in the pits and your robot is working, don't forget there's a table for your equipment so you can leave it here and not have to wait out there.
The first fight is Warhorses versus Defiant.
Okay, we're going to start counting robots down. If you don't get in the arena, we're going to move on. And we're not going to go back. Right, we'll have Ebog and Momentum.
So up next, Ebog versus Momentum. We shall see if the actual disc can stay on the Momentum this time. Although for this opponent, Momentum may actually be able to hit it. It is quite low. We'll see in a moment. Are you both ready to go? 3, 2, 1, activate. Momentum spun up, and it seems incapable of hitting Ebog. Making a lot of noise, but not actually hitting his opponent. And I think the blade is off, yes. So Momentum has turned into the hula hoop of doom and has thrown its blade at Ebog. So Momentum is now simply a pusher. Is Ebog capable of moving? Ebog seems to be dying as well, so if Momentum can wait it out. Ebog seems incapable of actual movement. If Momentum backs off, we'll see if it can move. So right now we're waiting to see what happens. Ebog's not going anywhere. But it's not quite immobile yet. Whether it will be in 2 minutes' time is yet to be seen, in which case it'll go down to the judges. Momentum frantically trying to get it out of the arena. And it's out! Okay, who do we have up next?
Do we have Warhorses ready?
So Warhorses, could you get in the arena, please?
Okay, so up now we have Warhorses versus Defiant, and this is going to be followed by Vertigo versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead.
So can Jim Morrison and Vertigo get ready, please? Are you Roboteers ready to go? Brilliant. 3, 2, 1, activate. And the Warhorses on this opponent and have almost thrown Defiant out. Defiant bouncing back though with his tracks, making it very hard to shift. Warhorses are crashing to each other at this point, although they are making progress in getting their opponent out of the arena. They seem to be helping each other. And occasionally lifting each other up. This may be a long one. Warhorses are trying to take on the Morphing Power Ranger approach and trying to combine, but it's not going too well at the moment. Both of which are currently flipped. Defiant pressing the advantage. And we have lost one of the Warhorses cluster. Remember, if the other one knocks Defiant out, they still win. Defiant trying hard to get his opponent out, but is having little luck. Warhorse is stuck up against the wall, and Defiant is trying to get it over the edge. It isn't quite managing. minute left overall, and then we'll go to the judges. Ooh. Warhorse is making a quick recovery there. Anything you'd like to add? Looks like this fight may well go to the judges for their decision.
How are we doing for time, judges?
30 seconds.
So they do both have to survive for just 30 seconds longer.
The judges, it's a push-off here. And Warhorse is holding his
20 seconds.
Very well considering its weight. Oh! Hey!
So that's a win for Defiant. Next up in the arena we have
Jim Morrison.
So I'm Jim Morrison, I'm dead, apparently. And
who's he fighting?
Vertigo.
And after this match, we have Mean Garden Pot versus Avenger.
Are you still streaming? That one there? Or that one up there? Okay.
So can I remind the Roboteers, because the camera's there, to make sure you're behind the yellow lines.
Do we have Vertigo ready to go? Who do we have after Vertigo and I'm Jim Morrison?
After that, we have Mean Garden Pot versus Avenger.
So can the Mean Garden Pot and Avenger please get ready to fight? You'll be in straight after this fight. So, Roboteers, are we ready?
3,
2,
1,
1, activate. So you can see one half of the cluster bot is hanging back. Still got to show it's moving. So Vertigo with its flipper is now pushed out. So that's a win for I'm Jim Morrison, I'm dead. Up next we have the Mean Garden Pot and Avenger, which will be followed by
Pegasus versus Spyro 2.
Oh, so Pegasus has been replaced by Melty Cheese. So the Mean Garden Pot is in the blue square, that formidable full body spinner. And it's going to be fighting the very low wedge of Avenger. So Roboteers, can you please shut the arena down?
Are you ready to go?
Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. Now you can see the Mean Garden Pot is immediately spinning up. And it's rolling around the arena. Very novel way of moving, but it's still moving.
It's under its own control.
This is the best driving robot I think I've ever seen, and it's still in the arena. Surely that gets some points for style. Oh, unfortunately it pirouetted itself right out of the arena, but come on, let's give a round of applause for the Mean Garden Pot. So in the arena next we have
Spyro 2 versus Melty Cheese.
So Melty Cheese against Spyro 2.
That's going to be followed by Svengali versus Anticide.
So Svengali finally gets itself in the arena. That'll be fighting up Anticide. Sorry, Jarvis. So Melty Cheese, can you get in the arena? You're going to be fighting
Spyro 2.
Spyro 2.
Best of luck to you.
So,
yeah.
In the blue square-ish,
We have a very light cluster. That is Melty Cheese.
so two Fleaweights fighting together.
Against a very nasty spinner. That's Spyro 2.
Spyro 2, yes. But of course, we do have the awesome Melty Brain spinneriness that is Melty Brian.
So robots will fly in this fight.
We're just waiting for Spyro 2 to make it in. One half of that cluster is getting very impatient, waiting for the fight to begin. And Spyro's making its way in. So in the blue square we have Melty Cheese, and then in the red square we have Spyro 2. Are the Roboteers all ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Spyro immediately spins up, and so does one half of Melty Cheese.
Hasn't yet managed to make contact, though.
Oh, that's one half straight out of the arena. Nicely hit there by Spyro. The second half. Oh, it's now using its battery as a... Can we get a lipo bag in the arena just in case that battery does have a problem?
So who's won?
Now we've got to count out both robots together. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now what we do at this point is we then try to put both robots back in the starting squares. Are both robots ready to run? Both halves can't run anyway. That one can't, because the battery's over there.
Batteries, yeah.
So we're going to class that as a win.
The battery wire is actually entangling Spyro's spinner.
So
which is
yes, the battery wire is in Spyro, so that is a win for Spyro, since the other half can't continue. In the arena next, we have...
Svengali versus Anticide.
So Svengali and Anticide, which will be followed by...
Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor versus Smart Fleas.
So the Smart Fleas will be facing Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor. After that, we'll have one more fight called Please.
Void versus Variant.
Void is out, so Variant gets a bye. Can we have the fight after that, please? Void is out. It's an electrical problem.
After that, then, it will be Quijibo versus Zelma Bibbler.
Oh, Quijibo versus...
So Quijibo. So you'll be finding that one later, man.
That'll be a fun one.
We'll sort that one out later. Okay. Roboteers, are we ready? As you'll ever be. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Jarvis and Svengali is fighting Andy and Anticide. Well, that was rather a formality than anything else. Anticide flips Svengali out the arena. But you've still got another fight. So we've now got the last fight of round 2. This will be between...
Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor and Smart Fleas.
So, Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor and Smart Fleas. Then after this, we'll have done all the first round fights, or the second round fights, and then we start eliminating some people, don't we? Okay, well, apparently we've already eliminated some. We're going to then reduce the field even more. While we're here, Mark, how many robots did we have in the main competition? Can you remember?
I believe it was 77.
77, so not quite a record this time, but still quite a large number to have to deal with. As Oliver cleans the arena out, removes all the shards of robots that are everywhere. You'll be in just a minute, Andy. Yeah, if you've had a bye, this would be your third round. So you'd have had a win and a bye so far. No, you're in after. Who are we waiting for in this fight? No, not this one. Oh, Smart Fleas. Can we get the Smart Fleas in the arena, please? I can see one of them down here being worked on. The other one's being carried in as well. Can we get them both in the arena, please? So in the red square already, we have Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor. And coming into the blue square very soon, we will have the Clusterbot of Smart Fleas. Both of these took some pretty serious damage earlier on for one of our spinners. We'll soon see if they're all still working. One half seems to be. The other half is still having some minor adjustments. As quick as you can, please, guys. Who have we got coming up next?
Up next will be Zelma Bibbler versus Quijibo.
So can we get Zelma and Quijibo ready to go in? Then after that...
After Zelma and Quijibo, we have Ada and Stewie.
So Ada and Stewie, can you get ready too, please? Is the last half of Smart Fleas going to be working? Okay, we need to quick as you can, please, guys. At this point, while we're waiting, I'd like to say thanks to all the people still watching online. How many viewers are we at now? Apparently you shouldn't ask any technical questions at this late stage in the day, as no one's ready to answer them.
36 with 544 total.
So we've got 36 people watching currently. If you're the same 36 people as earlier, you really are sad people. I don't mean it. Yeah, hi, Mum. It's Mum and Orla. Oh yeah, hi Orla. I know you're watching. You couldn't make it because of the snow. Right, we've got 2 robots ready to go. Roboteers, stand by. 3, 2, 1, activate. So the cluster bot of Smart Fleas is fighting Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor. And so far, they've now made contact. Brilliant. Now there seems to be some damage already to the front. The wedges are now propped up. We've got one half of Smart Fleas needs to be counted down. It's not moving. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that half is counted out. We're going to keep the fight going with the second half. Remember, Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor needs to beat both halves of the cluster to win. One is already out. Also, while we're here, it's a good time to remind any robots that have been knocked out of the competition so far, we're going to be having lots more friendly competitions later, such as the Annihilator and Tag Team. So all is not lost. How are we doing for time, judges? So we're nearly at 1 minute of this 3-minute fight. And the judges could have their work cut out with this one, as Smart Fleas is now grabbing onto the top of Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor. Now, there is a rule on how long you can pin for. If it keeps going, we're going to have to separate both robots, get them to start again. There we go. The robots are okay now. They don't have to be separated. Smart Flea is trying to push. It's getting close to the side of the arena. Can one flea weight take on an ant weight and win? We're soon going to find out. We're halfway through this fight. And the one remaining half of Smart Fleas is doing really well to keep going. Until that point, did I speak too soon? So next up in the arena, is it Quijibo and Zelma?
And that will be followed by Ada versus Stewie.
Some people have been knocked out. If you've lost 2 fights. So in this fight, we have Quijibo and Zelma Bibbler, followed by Ada and Stewie, and they will be followed by
Duff and Smart Ant 2.
Duff and Smart Ant 2. So can those robots please get ready to enter the arena? Duff, Smart Ant 2, Stewie, and Ada. So in the red square, we have the walking spinner of Quijibo. And in the blue square, we have the flipper of Zelma Bibbler. Roboteers, if you can get to your corners and stop, we'll start the fight. So we've got a former student of Reading Uni, Andy Hibbard, fighting a current student, Finian Massa. So a real Reading face-off. Roboteers, are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2. We're going to start again. 3. Andy's determined to get disqualified. 3, 2, 1, activate. And Zelma's on its side after being hit by Quijibo. Is it still moving? We're going to have to ask the question. Until it's being pinned, we can't say whether Zelma's going to be working or not. Finn needs to stay in the arena when he didn't manage it. That's a win for Quijibo. So next up in the arena, we have Stewie and Ada. That will be followed by
Duff versus Smart Ant 2.
Now I'm just having a look at the damage from Zelma. On Zelma from Quijibo. It's actually cut right through the back panel. In fact, we can show this on one of the cameras if we switch over. So you can see on the back panel, Quijibo has cut right through the back panel, nearly into the battery. So it was lucky that fight ended when it did. So if we look in the arena now, in the red square, we have Stewie. In the blue square, very soon, we're going to have Ada. After that, we're looking for
MakerBot and Death Adder.
MakerBot and Death Adder. And they, in turn, will be followed by
General Mayhem and Fracture Evo 2.
So, can all those robots please get ready? In the meantime, Roboteers, are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So, both of these robots quite similar in idea. 2-wheel drive flippers. And Stewie wins that one. So, up next, we have
Next is Duff versus Smart Ant 2. Followed by MakerBot versus Death Adder and General Mayhem versus Fracture Evo 2.
So we're looking for Duff at the moment. We can call for Scott if you really want. So you want Scott to fight Smart Ant 2. Okay, Scott, you need to put yourself in the arena. From now on, if the robots aren't ready on time, we're actually going to make the Roboteers go in the arena, I think. Reese, if you're listening to this, we need you in the arena right now. If you say his name often enough, he will turn up. Okay, Roboteers, are you ready? Just wait for Reese to get in position. So in the red squares, Duff, blue square, Smart Ant 2. 3, 2, 1, activate. So the pneumatic flip on Duff trying to get in underneath Smart Ant 2 and put that flipper to good use. That flipper really is working. Smart Ant trying to self-right. Can it? We've got to start counting down. No need as it goes out of the arena. That's another win for Duff. Next up, Mark, who do we have coming into the arena?
This fight is MakerBot versus Death Adder, followed by General Mayhem versus Fracture Evo 2, followed by Miso Horny versus Napalm Death.
So, can all of those robots, Napalm Death, Miso Horny, Fracture 2, and General Mayhem, can you all please get ready to enter the arena? Right now, we have in the red square MakerBot, and in the blue square very soon, we'll have Death Adder.
Are both of you ready to go?
Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So MakerBot immediately underneath Death Adder there. Two robots trying to get underneath, flip each other over. Death Adder's a very fast robot. Seems to be having some trouble with control and getting underneath the opponent. As MakerBot gets flipped, can it self-right? Very close to the edge of the arena there. Manages to get back towards the middle. Trying as hard as he can. Technically still moving, so we have to keep it in. We've got chance of Gary. Come on, everyone, chant for Gary. There we go. See, it worked. He's now back on his wheels. Only to get flipped out of the arena, so that's a win for Death Adder. Next up in the arena, we have General Mayhem and Fracture, followed by
Miso Horny versus Napalm Death.
So Miso Horny and Napalm Death. They will then be followed by
the Barbarian and Quantum.
Barbarian and Quantum. So can all of those robots please get ready? In the red square already, we have General Mayhem, and in the blue square, we have Fracture. Roboteers, are you ready to go?
3.
Let's count them down. 3,
2,
2, 1. Activate. So Oliver's doing his usual tactic of holding back and being boring.
Fracture seems to have the lower ground.
And relying on Fracture to do all the fighting. So that laziness that Oliver keeps using will have to be taken into account by our judges. And see, now he's slightly more on the offensive. That's good. So Fracture's on its side. Can it self-right? Yes, it can. It's down on its wheels. If General Mayhem will let it go. Being pushed towards the side of the arena. But being flipped over backwards. Fracture self-right before being flipped over backwards again. Nice self-righting mechanism from Fracture. Just works perfectly.
Definitely proven that the self-righting works.
Yes, and that's a win for Fracture, beating General Mayhem. Next up in the arena, we have Miso Horny and
Napalm Death.
Napalm Death. That will be followed by
the Barbarian versus Quantum.
And that will then be followed by
DBA Evil versus Gross Incompetence.
Okay, so we've got our next few fights lined up. Can the Roboteers make sure those robots are ready to run? In the meantime, Roboteers, are you ready? Tough. We're going to count them down anyway. 3, 2, 1. Activate. So Napalm Death in the red square. Miso Horny in the blue. And that's a very convincing win for Miso Horny. Right then. Next up in the arena, we have
the Barbarian versus Quantum.
So can we get Jim and the Barbarian in the arena? Quantum's already here in the blue square.
And this fight is going to be followed by DBA Evil versus Gross Incompetence, which will then be followed by Thrust versus Antimatter.
So can we get all of those robots ready to run? We'll get the Barbarian into the red square, then we'll get going. Are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate.
It's yet to be seen whether the Barbarian Spinner will complete damage this battle. Oh!
And Jim has spectacularly self-destructed. In fact, that's his switch he's taken apart. So that's cease. Yes, there's remnants of the switch of the Barbarian now littering all over the arena. That just goes to show if you build a great big bar spinner, don't take out the means of switching it on and off.
Yeah, at least it's let's get that big a bit. Oh yeah, there's the rest.
There's the rest of it.
Oh no, that's his battery connector. Where is that? He's got more. Okay, it's really safe. You can't take it apart.
So in the blue square we have DBA Evil. In the red square we have Gross Incompetence.
Are we ready?
So are we ready? We'll just wait for DBA to spin down. There we go. Robot is ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. Judges, pay attention, please. So DBA employing Oliver's tactic of holding back. That's a nice hit on the front. The front is all now bent up on Gross Incompetence.
It can himself right.
Let's get that disc racked up right to full power. Let's get some damage going on. So you can hear the sound of that disc spinning up. Oliver now can't get underneath DBA with his bent up scoop, and he doesn't need to as Gross Incompetence goes out of the arena. We're just going to stick the damage on so you can see what's happened to it. If you look at the front of the robot, all bent up, that was caused by DBA. So he's pointing out that the cardboard is still intact, but the metal is broken. So it just goes to show that cardboard is the most...
Best armor out?
Yeah, the best defense going.
Take it from Titanic.
Yeah, you have to take it from Titanic. That really does hold up well. So next up...
In now, we have Antimatter versus Thrust. And that's going to be followed
So
by...
we've got the two brothers of Antimatter and Thrust fighting it out in the arena.
After this, we have Hellboy versus Zenith. And then Inertia 6 versus Dr. Facereplace.
No. I've been told I'm not allowed to run that one. You like your robots too much.
Yeah, I've just got no one more, so do it.
Right then, so we've got the two brothers fighting it out in the arena. And whichever one loses, I reckon is going to start the fight in the car on the way home. They've started now. Right then, let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. Thrust was in the blue square, Antimatter in the red.
Looks like Antimatter
and Antimatter is now the same shape it started off at. But Thrust goes out of the arena. So we've got one happy brother, one slightly annoyed one now. I tell you what, guys, if your robot's still going at the end, do you want another grudge match to settle this score? Right, that's going to happen later on. We'll get them in the arena. Oliver, where are you? We've got a question for you from the stream. Oliver, you around?
Oliver's out of the room at the moment, unfortunately.
We'll get Oliver in a second, but the question we had asked is Gross Incompetence exactly the same since AWS21? Dave's nodding to suggest yes, so we reckon it could be the same robot.
As you won't need that one. We know she's not going in.
So going in the arena now, we have Hellboy and Zenith. Hellboy is a really low flipper robot from Jim. Zenith is the rather large disc from Scott. So we'll have Hellboy in the red square, Zenith in the blue.
Roboteers, are you ready?
After this fight, we will have the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo versus the Will Be Sandwiches.
So, a cluster by bot
Let's
showdown.
get this fight underway. Roboteers, are you ready? Just wait
3.
for Zenith to spin down. 3, 2, 1, activate. Zenith spinning its disc up. Whoa, catapulting right across the arena there.
Chunks out of the arena floor.
More damage to our nice arena floor.
And none to robots.
And Hellboy still standing up really well. Not any damage so far. Oh, but that's right on the back end. Could have caused damage there. Zenith having real trouble engaging with the top of Hellboy. Zenith needs to get that disc back up to speed. No need now, as it's out of the arena. That's a win for Hellboy.
So, in now, we have the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo versus the Wilby Sandwiches. This will be followed by Private Iron versus Toto Robot.
So we have a battle of the cluster bots here. We have Rush, which refuses to stay still. Its trims are gone, and the Pope is supporting it. Surely it should be the Pope of Argentina. Yes, well, it seems that Rush's trimmings are off, so it won't stay still. So it's been put on his teammate for the time being, so it won't drive off before the match starts. So, Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So Rush is still struggling to not go in circles. Whereas it seems none of these robots are actually going in the direction of their opponents as much as spinning. Ooh, Rush. So will Rush drive itself out? No, it has not. It survived. And it's pushing its teammate out. And it has now removed itself from the running. Oh, it's been joined by stupid osmosis. So it's just the Pope against the last member of the sandwich team.
Well, no, I'm out of that fight. I can join you back on the mic, Fim. So we have the Pope of Chilitown against whatever that one's called. I can't remember.
Green thing.
Have we got a video? That's the other half of the cluster bot.
So, anything to tell us about driving Rush?
It's terrible. That's all I can tell you. As you can see, I've turned off the transmitter and it's still driving around in circles in the drop-off zone. It really is that rubbish. So the Pope is now pushed. They've both fallen out together. Yeah.
So, since the orange one was pushing.
That means the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo is the winner since the Pope was the one doing the pushing.
So up next, who do we have?
Now we have Private Iron versus Toto Robot. That will be followed by Shadow versus May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door.
That's a good question.
We're not quite sure. So, why does Toto Robot look embarrassed?
I think that's one for Gemma, whenever we find her. Gemma, why does your robot look embarrassed? We have to ask. It's been asked on the stream. Apparently, it doesn't look embarrassed. It's robotic, so this robot does not have a sense of embarrassment.
Yeah, it turns out that they're synonymous.
And the entire design of the robot has been based on Dave's T-shirt. Right, okay, we're going to start this fight. Are we ready?
3,
2,
1, activate.
So General Mayhem, no, Private Iron, sorry, is in the red square, and Toto Robot is in the blue. Now upside down, going quite slowly.
Private Iron's pushing Toto Robot around, and it has
General May
lifted itself.
Yeah, that's a win for Private Iron since it was the one doing the pushing. Mark, who do we have up next?
So, now we have May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door versus Shadow.
And after that?
After that, we have Nom 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 versus Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House.
So, Roboteers, are we ready?
3, 2, 1, activate.
Activate.
So, we've got May Nothing But Happiness come through your door. That's a cluster art with a tracked flipper and the green hex bug. Shadow is the silver and red flipper. And pink flipper. Or purple.
The hex bug is still going.
So Shadow's
And
out of the
that's
arena.
over.
So that's a win for Dave and Gemma. Proof that they can still work together after beating each other.
So now we have Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House, versus Nom Nom Nom. This will be followed by Ronnie versus Titanic.
Okay, so Ronnie and Titanic coming up later. But next up, Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. And that's fighting Nom Nom Nom. Come on, Andy, you can be more confident than that. Okay, so Andy's just said he's definitely going to lose this one, which means he's probably going to win it. Okay, so apparently they're both definitely going to lose, so I think Gemma should win. Oliver's asking if Dave can lose in many pieces. Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the disc on Nom immediately gets up to speed. So. We've already lost a tyre off Your Lionel Richie. Stop Coming to My House. Nom gets the disc up to speed. Dave Shopper can still run really effectively on only 3 wheels.
Yes.
As it just proved by winning, that's a win for Your Lionel Richie. Stop Coming to My House.
So now we have Ronnie versus Titanic. This is going to be followed by Permanent Forever versus Bulletproof.
So we're going to get Ronnie and Titanic both in the arena now. Who was that? Permanent Forever and Bulletproof coming up straight after. Then can we have the next fight announced as well so we know who's coming up?
After Permanent Forever versus Bulletproof, we have Kellogg's Corn Snake versus Ant Ratchet.
Okay, so Ant Ratchet, can you get ready too?
So, here comes the crowd's favorite Titanic.
Right, come on. We have got the most dangerous robot in the arena at the moment. We've got Titanic, the inertia killer, against Ronnie. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So Titanic using its great speed to immediate effect.
Seems unsure how to proceed.
So if you can hear on the stream, you can hear this grinding sound. Apparently that's being caused by Titanic. But it's staying in the arena, so it's doing much better than anything I've built today. So Gary's blaming his own driving.
And Titanic has won.
So Gary, that was fantastic driving there, losing to Titanic. Now it just goes to show that Titanic is not to be underestimated. Even some of our drivers do drive out with a nice long run-up. I'd laugh if you lost now, Dave. So we're going to get Titanic out. We're going to put Permanent Forever and Bulletproof in the arena. They are going to be followed by
Ant Ratchet versus Kellogg's Corn Snake.
And they are going to be followed by
Ripto versus Phantom.
So Ripto and Phantom, can you get ready?
So, Roboteers, are you ready?
Just give them a second.
Yep.
So in the blue square we have Permanent Forever. In the red square we have Bulletproof. Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the drum on Permanent immediately gets up to speed. Not engaging too well with the front of Bulletproof.
Bulletproof certainly
And it's now
can
stopped
take a
against the side of the arena. Going for a little piggyback ride there. Whoa, then finally we got an impact. That was Bulletproof flipped over. Before driving out! That is a win for Permanent. So we've just seen in 2 fights how driving can cost the day. Yes, so we've got a lot of support for Titanic on the stream.
At this point, everyone here is supporting it as well.
Yeah, in fact, Titanic has Titanic been beaten yet?
Yes,
once. So it's still got 1 life remaining, but of course it only needs 1 life by the end of the day to keep going.
Titanic could well.
And also, there have been lots of comments about Titanic being unsinkable, which so far it seems to be. Right then, so we've got Kellogg's Corn Snake against Ant Ratchet. Is this one?
Yep. RobotWars, are you ready?
3, 2, 1, activate. So the reigning champion of Kellogg's Corn Snake taking on Ant Ratchet.
Quickly speeding up to engage Ant Ratchet.
Nearly got stuck down the side of the arena with the acetate on the front. Oh, getting close to the drop-off side there. Both trying to stay in the middle of the arena.
Far from the edges where you can easily drive out accidentally, as you must have seen.
They're both ready to fire. So the Corn Snake is now upside down. That renders the scoop useless.
Seems to be struggling here.
Could potentially be pushed out by Ant Ratchet if they manage to lever it back up like that. Oh, getting close. Nearly got it over the wall. Not quite. Needs to use that lifter to better effect. Getting close. Is it going to work? Oh, gently
Almost.
taking it up nearly before falling out. But that was very good fight. Very close.
Very close.
Very unlucky to lose that one there. Okay, we have our first grudge match suggestion on the stream. They want to see Titanic facing Napalm Death. I think if they're both still working later on, we're definitely going to get that in the arena for you. Napalm Death should be quaking in fear with the fearsome power of Titanic. Okay, who we've got next?
In now we have Ripto versus Phantom.
So, Ripto and Phantom, if you can make your way into the arena. After them, we're looking for
Cosmos versus Ripper 2.
So, Cosmos and Ripper 2. That will be after Ripto and Phantom.
And following Cosmos versus Ripper 2, we have Death Becomes Bear versus Inertia 7.
Okay, so another one of the inertias. So in the red square already, we had Ripto. We're still waiting for Phantom. Jim's just connecting it all up. So we'll get Phantom into the blue square, we'll get Ripto into the red, and then we'll get the fight underway. Can we just have a final call for the next fight after this? Make sure the RobotWars are ready.
So after this, we have Ripper 2 versus Cosmos.
Okay.
So Ripper 2 and Cosmos next.
So in the blue square, we have Phantom with that fan to keep
hard
it pressed down into the arena. And then we've got Ripto with that nice vertical spinning disc.
It stands to be seen whether Ripto will be able to lift Phantom even with his fan engaged.
RobotWars, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. You can hear that sound. That's the sound of Phantom's fan pushing it into the arena floor, getting extra traction. But even so, Ripto still manages to lift it with its disc. The disc is coming to the back of Phantom, and it's unplugged the battery. So that is a win for Ripto by knockout. In the arena now, we have
Cosmos versus Ripper 2.
Cosmos and Ripper 2, followed by
Death Becomes Bear versus Inertia 7.
Okay, so if you look on the stream now, you can see the damage caused to Phantom. It actually unplugged the battery from the robot. That's an easy way to kill the opponent.
Very precise as well.
So coming into the arena now, we have Ripper 2, our newbie team. They had a bye in the first fight, unfortunately lost the second. And they're against a very, very experienced robot here with Cosmos. But remember, all is not lost. You can still go in the whiteboard fights later if you lose. Not that you will. Once we got Reese in his square, very twitchy controls.
Is everyone ready to go?
RobotWars, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the new robot, Ripper 2, oh, unfortunately hit a bump in the floor, managed to lift itself up. Needs to get it in behind Cosmos to try and use that flipper to good effect. Ripper 2 is a mini version of the heavyweight robot Ripper, which was the UK champion in 2011. Cosmos seems to be having more trouble with this fight than it probably should have. Oh, until that point.
Ripper's out.
That was an unlucky loss for Ripper, but we'll be seeing that in the arena later on for some of our whiteboard fights once we get them up and running. So next up.
We have Inertia 7 against Death Becomes Bear.
Right, I'll get Inertia 7 ready.
So judges, who do we have after this?
After this fight, we have Defiant versus VSC. That will be followed by Hoagie versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead.
Yes, you're up against Inertia 7. You won't need it. He's going to drive himself out at this point.
I just realized I've got turbo.
What does that do?
It just spins it faster.
Really?
Yeah,
It goes. Press the button. Do it.
It sort of buggers up the potentiometer so it goes past the limit. So I'm just going to test that straight.
Are we ready? So, 3, 2, 1, activate. There's the 7 spinning up that huge disc, and Bear taking quite the beating. Not showing it though. It's running away. And it looks like Death Becomes Bear is going to lose a few wheels in this match. Inertia hasn't yet managed to knock it out of the arena, however. Yep, Death Becomes Bear has been taking a beating, but it is still in the runnings. It could well push Inertia out, or Inertia could throw itself out. Ooh. Yep. Death Becomes Bear with his cardboard shell. It goes to show that cardboard is pretty good armor, because it's still there and hasn't fallen off. 2 minutes of the fight remaining. And looks like Death Becomes Bear is stuck on the wall, and it is unfortunately out. So.
A shout out in the stream goes to the Glasgow Science Centre and ahoy AWS attendees. Shout out to Scottbot lads who are currently watching the stream live.
Yeah, great to hear everyone's watching.
Hiya, Jamie. Yep. Thanks for watching.
So in now we have Defiant versus VSC, and that's going to be followed by Hoagie versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead.
This is a very silly cluster. Yep. What's up?
A list of current competitors can be found on the RobotWars 101 forums.
Okay, so in the blue square, we have the very, very silly cluster. That's Ickle and Cyclops, the 2 spinning flea weights. And that's against the tracked pusher of Defiant. Roboteers, are you ready? Good. 3, 2, 1, activate. So all the discs immediately get up to speed.
And sparks are already flying.
So sparks flying from the front of that. Ooh. Oh, and that's the entire front end of Defiant taken off by the disc of Ickle. It may be an Ickle little robot, but it can cause a lot of damage. Oh, the 2 robots nearly caught. Defiant's lid's taken off as well. These fleas are causing some serious damage to this robot. But it's still going. Oh, you can hear the sounds of it being hit.
There is no mercy here.
So Defiant is still going despite all this damage. So Cyclops is on its back. Will it stay in the arena? Can Pete push it out with Defiant? Ickle is still going and slowly wandering its way across the arena. Oh, they nearly hit each other there. That disc on Ickle causing some severe damage to Defiant. You can see the sparks coming off, grinding away on the front of that robot. And the other side's off as well. It's now got no scoops whatsoever. Yet it's still going. It just shows how strong Defiant is. Being really defiant in losing this fight.
Not taking us on the feet, and it's still going. How much more can it take?
Now it's upside down. Oh, skirting over both spinners there with all the exposed electronics. Bits of plastic flying everywhere. Oh, and that's damage limitation there, I think, from Pete. Can we please clean the arena of all of our spare parts? Wait. The disc on Cyclops is still spinning down. So that shows these flea weights may be half the size and weight of the ant weights, but they're just as powerful. That disc causing some severe damage to one of the toughest ants around in Defiant. You can see there, you've got Big Lump missing out of the corner down here. And all of the front ends down there as well. If we can show them on the screen. You'll see all the bits have been snapped off. So if you want to go... So we've got the lid off Defiant here as well, missing a chunk out the corner.
So once everything's cleaned up, we've got I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead going in against Hoagie. And that's going to be followed by Vertigo versus Momentum.
Okay. So can we get I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead against Hoagie. And then after that, we're going to follow it up with Vertigo and Momentum.
And the arena now smells quite burnt.
So, in the red square, we have our new robot for today. We have Hoagie. That's fighting Dave, who's in the arena again with I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead. Is that the one? Which is a cluster bot, also with the walking robot. So, Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So, Hoagie is the new team. Let's hope they can get their robot to win this fight. Remember, Hoagie has to beat both halves of the cluster bot to win. So if Hoagie was to win by driving out, unfortunately, it went out the arena. But all is not lost. There are still the extra competitions at the end of the day. So we've got the Annihilator and Tag Team coming up after the main event. So right now in the arena, we're going to have Momentum and Vertigo.
And that's going to be followed by Warhorses versus Avenger.
So Momentum makes a return. Now, we don't quite know whether the disc is going to stay on for the first fight. But following the last one, we know it can actually push its opponents out. Yep. Yeah, I think he's fixing it. Yep, you're against Vertigo. So now we have... Yep, I think he's getting ready because he has Variant up next. He has a fight coming up. We'll have Pete on shortly to answer all your questions. He's currently repairing his robots. So, Will, are you ready with Momentum?
Pardon?
Are you ready?
I'm ready, yeah.
How's your disc going to fly off again?
Almost certainly.
No, it's press fitted really tightly, which is not tight enough. It'll come off again, but at least I like the hula hooping it did last time. Surely gets.
So, Roboteers, in the blue corner we have a Momentum, and in the red we have Vertigo. Are we ready to go? 3, 2, 1, activate. Momentum slows the spin up, and it's been flipped. And it's out. And that was somewhat disappointing, unfortunately.
So now we have Avenger versus Warhorses. And that is going to be followed by Baby Hell versus Spyro 2.
Oh, yes, also we could get all that. Yeah, so it looks
so
like
who have we got in the arena now? Who are we looking for?
Warhorses.
Yeah, we're waiting on Warhorses.
Waiting on Warhorses. Who's coming up next? Can we get them in the arena now?
After Avenger versus Warhorses, we have Spyro 2 versus Baby Hell.
Spyro 2 and Baby Hell, are you guys ready? Next fight after that, then let's see who's up after them.
After them, it will be Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor and Svengali.
Okay, can we get those two robots ready as well? Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor and Svengali. Let's call another one out as well. Let's see who's coming up later.
I have no idea. You have to ask this
Jarvis,
creator.
why is it called Svengali? Because it's difficult to say. That's why. So you heard it straight here. That is the reason why it's called Svengali.
Well, after Svengali's fight with Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor, the next would be Melty Cheese versus Variant.
So if we can get Melty Cheese and Variant in the arena as well soon, that's going to be a fun fight. We're still waiting for some robots here. So while we're waiting, we'll say a big thank you again to those few people still watching. How many have we got now? 38. We've got 2 new people. Well, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Where were you this morning when we needed you? But we won't ask that now. So we've got Dave in the arena. Who are we waiting on to fight Baby Hell? So we need Spyro 2. Can you get that in the arena, please? Failing that, let's call the next however many we get to. And
Okay, so in order, the fights that we are waiting on are Warhorses versus Avenger.
We have Warhorses and we have Avenger as well. If you can get yourselves in the arena, please.
Okay, so after that, we will then have Spyro 2 versus Baby Hell.
So, Warhorses and Avenger, followed by Spyro 2 and Baby Hell. After that will be
Svengali versus Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor.
So that'll be Svengali, then Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor. So in the red square we have Avenger. In the blue square we have Warhorses.
Roboteers, are you ready?
Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. The orange half of Warhorse is immediately off on the attack. One half is out. Can Avenger get the second half of Warhorses out to win the fight? If this purple one wins, that is it. Warhorses will take the win.
Seems that their motive strength is about
The orange one's trying valiantly to get back into the arena at the moment. I don't think it's going to happen. Both robots very low at the front. And it's all a question of pushing power. Who has more power? They seem to be fairly evenly matched. It all depends on who gets under who first. So Warhorse is in underneath Avenger. And trying to get it towards the side of the arena, but there's a wall there. It won't go out there. Slowly but surely, they're making their way along the arena, working their way along. Trying. I might go back and get a cup of tea at this rate. How long is the pinning rule? 15? 30 seconds. So we're going to have to get Warhorses to back off and unpin its opponent. Before you need to go until you're completely separated. Now you can fight again. Judges, how are we doing for time? We're at 1 minute 12 seconds. We haven't had many 3-minute fights so far. Only one today, I believe. Two fights which lasted the full distance. Right, we've got a question on the feed. What is the cost of building a competitive ant nowadays? Now, I'm going to throw this open to you guys since you know how much you've spent on yours. I'm going to come to you straight away. So we've got a figure of about £100 being dotted around. That seems to be the going rate at the moment. You can build one for less if you wanted to, but to build...
In the meantime, it looks like Warhorses is coming apart.
So that's going to count as damage to Warhorses. One of the lids being prized off and now completely flapped open. So our judges are going to have to bear that in mind.
So can Avengers now get to the link?
Are we now at 2 minutes, was that? Yes, we've got 1 minute of the fight remaining. So they're going to take... Our judges are going to decide based on style, control, damage, and aggression. Bearing in mind, in this fight, one half of Warhorses has already left the arena, and the remaining half has taken
serious damage.
But has it been more aggressive? This could be a tricky one to call. It's quite a difficult fight. Very, very close.
Like Avengers
30 seconds.
Is stuck in the link.
Just 30 seconds remaining before we'll have our third fight, which has gone the full distance today. Warhorse is underneath Avenger again, but can't seem to quite push it out the arena.
20 seconds.
20 seconds remaining. We're nearly at the full time.
Will one of these robots give?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, cease. Okay, we're going to go over to our judges. They have to decide. Okay, one of the other questions we've got from the stream. Do most of our robots use modified servos or gear motor drive? I'd say mostly 95% of the robots you'll see here today will use gear motors for drive. There are a couple of servo-driven ones still going. Like Titanic, that deadly machine that it is.
And Zelma.
And Zelma, of course, yes, Finn's robot.
Flies around at ridiculous speeds.
And actually, has it won all of its fights today, Zelma?
No, it's lost one, unfortunately.
Lost one, but won two.
A few chunks taken out of it.
So, we've decided that the winner of that last fight was Avenger.
So, Avenger is the winner of that fight, beating Warhorses. Obviously, that one half going out of the arena counted against it. In the arena now, we have Baby Hell, and we're waiting for Spyro 2, who is just being carried over.
And then after this fight, we'll have Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor versus Svengali.
So then, Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor will be fighting Svengali. So in the blue square, we have the spinner of Spyro. In the red square, we have the axe of Baby Hell. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So Spyro spins up, and it buffets Baby Hell nearly out of the arena, but Spyro goes out. So that's a nice win there for Dave and Baby Hell.
So, now we have Svengali versus Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor. That's going to be followed by Variant versus Melty Cheese.
So, can we get Variant ready, Pete? And then Melty Cheese as well. Pete, while you're getting ready for the fight, you're not in this fight, you're in the following one. We've actually got a question about Defiant from the stream. What thickness plastic do you use for the shell, and what material is it? So it's 3D printed nylon, and how thick was the shell? So it's only 1 millimeter thick, so that's why it could take a fair bit of damage. So yeah, the main armor on Defiant is the armored plates on the front, but unfortunately they got smashed off by Ickle and Cyclops. Can we just hinge down that other piece of the arena, please? Just seal it. Right then, in the arena now we have Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor, that's in the red square, and Svengali, that's in the blue. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the robots are off. Svengali's got the flipper, Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor's just a pusher. Svengali's looking quite battered and bruised now. It's had quite a few encounters with spinners over the last few years. Well, over the last year. And Taste the Bitter Prank of Zondor is stuck. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cease.
And it's gone.
So that was a relatively straightforward win there for Svengali. Who have we got up next?
I believe we have Variant against Melted Cheese.
So Variant will be in soon against Melted Cheese. Then after that we will have
Ant Clank versus Quijibo.
So Ant Clank and Quijibo, that's going to be a fight to watch. Meanwhile, I think we have some questions from the stream. Melted cheese should have been called fondue. That is one of the comments from the stream. Okay, so we're going to introduce everyone that's talking at the moment. So I'm Will, I'm from Team Shock. I drive all the inertia robots. On the mic with me is Finn.
Yep, I'm a student here at Reading, and I drive Zelma.
And then on our judging panel, we have, from left to right, we have Kat, Mark, and Ian. They're our judges for today. Right then, in the meantime, we've got 2 robots ready to go. Ant Clank's not in now, is it? No, Ant Clank, you're not in this fight.
You're in the next one.
You're in the next fight. We're waiting for Variant.
Yep, we are waiting on Variant right now.
So it'll be Ant Clank versus Quijibo very soon. We're just waiting for Variant to enter the arena. While we make some minor adjustments to one of our robots.
To Melty Brian.
Okay, another question for guys that use 3D printing a lot. What would you say you use for thickness of your armor? So we're saying 3mm minimum for armor. On mine, I use about 3mm for the shells on momentum and inertia, and that does stand up to most things. The shell's the only bit that's still working. Yeah, so the general consensus is 3D printing's really good for building a chassis of a robot, but then armor it in something better. Right, in the meantime, we're now ready to start the next fight in the arena. In the blue square, we've got Variant. In the red square, we've got Melted Cheese. Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. The spinner on Variant gets up to speed. Melted Cheese is the brave soul who's gone out the arena. Okay, I take it back. Not brave at all. It's now...
So now it's just Melty Brian and Variant.
Melty Brian versus Variant. Oh, that's one bit of the robot gone. That's the wheel for the robot. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a win for Variant. I bet that's my brother. Hiya, Matt. I know you're watching this. I've just seen your comment, so I know you're watching at home. That's my brother, by the way, for everyone else wondering. No, it's his username. His username's Matt Fart Bum. You're so grown up, Matt. You're 15. You should be better than that.
Right, so in now we have Ant Clank versus Quijibo, and
So
that's going to be followed by Stewie versus Zelma Bibler.
So we're just waiting for Quijibo in the arena. Then we're going to be having Zelma Bibler back in against Stewie.
Comments again in the chat regarding 3D printing. People are printing 1mm and then using titanium sheet over the surface for armor.
Yeah, titanium is pretty good armor for amp weights, but just make sure you mount it securely. As we saw with Defiant earlier, if you don't mount it too well, you can smash bits right off the robot. So by all means, have a nice 3D printed chassis, but bolt on your armor really securely. Yeah, who do we have in soon? Because we're waiting for Quijibo. We need someone else to fill the arena. Mark. swap the fights. Can we have Stewie and Zelma Bibbler in the arena, followed by?
Stewie and Zelma Bibbler, followed by Fracture Evo 2 versus Death Adder.
And then who do we have after that?
After that, General Mayhem versus Me So Horny.
And then, after You're So Horny, who do we have?
After that, Quantum versus MakerBot.
Okay, so if you've heard your robot being called out, please get them ready. We're still waiting for Stewie to enter the arena. Can we get Stewie in, please? In the blue square already, we do have Zelma Bibbler. That is the entry that's currently representing Malta. Are they here now? Okay. Oh, can we get Quidjibo and Ant Clank in the arena now while we're waiting? You were meant to be in a minute ago. Dave, you're going to be in right after this fight with Stewie. So, after this one. So, in the red square, we have Ant Clank. In the blue square, we will have Quidjibo when he gets over there. So, Quidjibo is a walking robot. As a result, can weigh up to an extra 50%. So, it can weigh up to 225 grams. Ant Clank will only weigh up to 150. As a result, the weapon on Quidjibo weighs over 100 grams, isn't it? It's a 100-gram milling cutter blade. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the blade on Quidjibo immediately gets up to speed. Ant Clank, trying to get around the side, does not want to go head-on with that blade. So you can see Quidjibo's walking mechanism there, doing a good job of moving around the arena and pointing that blade at it at all times. And it's saying the arena has got quite bumpy. That's because all the holes that the spinners have created now, all these discs making contact with the floor, taking lumps out, making it very bumpy surface to drive across. That means those very low front ground clearances are finding it tricky. So Ant Clank nearly got Quidjibo out to the arena then. You can see the gyro effect of that disc doing some nice pretty dancing as it goes around the arena. If Ant Clank was to flip, the disc and Quidjibo will contact. Now Andrew is moaning about the state of the floor. He's making it even worse by carving out a nice lump from it. And that's one way to self-right, using the disc to carve its way through the floor. So we've got a nice mark all the way along the floor of the arena now. Quidjibo still not getting the disc into contact with Ant Clank. The driver of Ant Clank's doing too well, keeping away from it. That's exactly what he needs to do. If we can keep turning, get in behind. There we go, you can see Quidjibo's up on his side and upside down again. So Andy's not moving. So Quidjibo is not moving. We're going to start counting it down if he doesn't move soon. So he's moving again. There we go, Quidjibo is back in the game. How are we doing for time? We're over halfway through this battle now. We're coming up for 2 minutes. This is going to be a close one to decide. Quidjibo's not done much damage. Ant Clank has been running very well. We're at 2 minutes. So Ant Clank's got Quidjibo up on due to the gyro effect again. Quidjibo very close to going out the arena. Carving out loads of holes in the floor. Shooting across. Quidjibo's stuck if we start counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a win for Ant Clank. Although I think the real loser of that fight may have been the arena, as it had several lumps taken out of it. Yeah, we're just asking, who's been around since AWS1? Who's still here after 40? So we've got two of them. We've got Pete and Oliver. So, yes. At the first one, it was only them.
How do they make the robots so intelligent?
We'll do that after the fight. Right, we've got our next fight loaded up. After this fight, we're going to have 2 more robots.
Zelma Bibbler versus Stewie.
We've got them in now. Who's next?
After Zelma Bibbler versus Stewie is Fracture Evo 2 versus Death Adder. That's going to be followed by General Mayhem versus Me So Horny.
Okay, we've got those fights, so the robots get ready. In the meantime, are the Roboteers ready for this fight? 3, 2, 1, activate. So 2 similar idea robots, 2-wheel drive flippers. Stewie is the more experienced robot, and with a more powerful flipper on it too. Zelma's having a bit of trouble getting self-righted. Back on its wheels now. They're getting thrown all over the arena by Stewie. Stewie's clearly the lower one at the front. Oh, but still manages to lift Stewie right over it. Zelma needs to get its flipper back down, doing so. Oh, before sliding out of the arena. So that's another win for Stewie. Now in the arena, who are we looking for? So Death Adder and Fracture, please make your way into the arena. You're followed by...
Me So Horny versus General Mayhem.
General Mayhem.
And they are followed by Quantum versus MakerBot.
Okay.
Plastic or metal flippers? So there's no different then.
Oh, is that question?
Okay, the question we've got another question on the stream. Difference between plastic and metal flippers, which is better? Looking at it today, quite a lot of the metal ones have been bent up. The plastic ones just tend to flex back down again. That seems to be the case so far. Dave's suggesting duct tape as armour. And it seems to be working, but I'd still go with cardboard as that's working for the infamous Titanic. Right then, Roboteers ready. So in the blue square we've got Death Adder. In the red square we've got Fracture. 3, 2, 1, activate. Fracture getting right out the arena. That was a very quick fight. So we're going to clear these robots out the arena. Next up we have...
General Mayhem versus Me So Horny.
So again, two very similar robots. And then after that we will have...
MakerBot versus Quantum.
So after these two we've got MakerBot and Quantum. And then after that we will have...
Antimatter versus DBA Evil.
So after this, Tim, you're going to be ready soon again afterwards with DBA. Against Antimatter. Is it Antimatter? Yeah. We've just got some minor adjustments to Me So Horny. Can you call another fight as well before we go? Just call another fight after the ones you've already called.
After DBA Evil versus Antimatter will be Thrust versus Hellboy.
Okay, so those robots will need to get ready. In the meantime, in the red square, we've got General Mayhem. Blue square, Me So Horny. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. Now, we've got two very cagey drivers here, which makes for an incredibly boring fight. No, we're calling it boring. Come on, are we going to get some contact?
We really need to see...
Yes, there we go. We finally got some contact in the arena. Are they all going to come all guns blazing now? So Me So Horny self-righting. Needs to get underneath General Mayhem.
Easier said than done.
Now, as I said, these are very similar robots. You saw Me So Horny fighting General Mayhem earlier, fighting Private Iron earlier. That's a very similar robot to General Mayhem, also built by Oliver. Ooh. That one went Oliver's way. Is this one going to 2? Nearly out of the arena. Me So Horny's underneath General Mayhem, pushing it towards the side. Nearly getting underneath and out. The flipper on General Mayhem getting in. And flipping out Me So Horny. So that's another win for Oliver. So in the arena now we have...
Quantum versus MakerBot.
So we've got a question for you, Tim. What are the tracks made out of on Me So Horny?
Lego.
They're Lego. So just go to show in this weight class, Lego is a very good substitute for wheels and tracks. The pneumatic systems. I think most of our pneumatic systems are Lego as well. And then, well, Andy had to be special to make. Did you make yours your own? So Andy made his, but you can use Lego pneumatics as well. So if you've got any of those at home, put them in a robot. So in the red square, we have Quantum. In the blue square, very soon, we'll hopefully have MakerBot. This is relying on Gary driving it there.
And then after this, we have Antimatter versus DBA Evil.
So is DBA ready to go as well? Okay. The robots are in the squares. So red square, Quantum. Blue square, MakerBot. Robot is ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Quantum seems to be lower than MakerBot. Hopefully Gary won't do a repeat of what he did earlier and drive out of the arena. Now, as we found earlier, we do need some chanting for Gary to get MakerBot back on its wheels. So come on. Everyone, Gary, Gary. Gary.
We have at least 2 people in the audience chanting.
There we go. See, it works. Hey. We've got a crowd-based self-writing system. It's crowdsourcing, yeah. The collective will of the audience does get the robot back on its wheels. So Quantum's a very fast robot, running on servos, so it looks like. So we had a question about whether servo-driven robots can be competitive. There's your answer. As once again, Gary decides to commit suicide and drive MakerBot out of the arena. So we've got a question, is MakerBot related to the MakerBot CNC stuff? No, it's not. It's the demo robot used for showcase events, so you can see how a robot gets put together. Sponsored by Maker Faire, I've just been told. So who do we have in the arena now?
In now is Antimatter versus DBA Evil, and they're going to be followed by Thrust versus Hellboy.
And then another fight as well, please.
After that, Gross Incompetence goes in against Dr. Face Replace.
And one more after that as well.
After that, Private Iron versus the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo.
Hopefully we'll finally get rid of that one with a stupid name. I'm allowed to say that, I'm part of it. So DBA's clearly working. We've got Antimatter in the arena as well, nicely straightened out after its earlier fight.
Now, Antimatter's wedge at the front looks like it's been bent slightly, so DBA
yes.
may be able to get under that.
So Antimatter is battle damaged already. DBA seems to be in fine working order. Well, let's put that to the test. 3, 2, 1, activate. The disc on DBA gets straight up to speed. No contact yet. There we go. Oh, bits of plastic shattered. We've now got some slightly dodgy wheels. And they've thrown in the towels. That's another win for DBA Evil. So next into the arena we have
Thrust versus Hellboy.
Thrust and Hellboy, followed by
Gross Incompetence and Dr. Face Replace.
And they will be joined by?
They will be followed by Private Iron versus the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo.
Okay, but in the meantime, we've got Thrust in the blue square, Hellboy in the red. Robot is ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Hellboy has this really, really low front scoop, but Thrust got underneath it. That's the first time we've seen that today.
The Thrust has a thin piece of acetate there to give it lower ground clearance.
Now, because even though both robots went out, Hellboy was the one doing the pushing, so Hellboy is the winner. Next up, Mark, we have...
Now we have Dr. Face Replace versus Gross Incompetence, and they are going to be followed by the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo and Private Iron. After the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo versus Private Iron,
okay, we got the question: how do you make the robots so
versus
intelligent?
Toto Robot.
Oh. Sorry, I'll talk to Mark then. We got the question on the stream: how do we make the robots so intelligent? There's no intelligence here at all, not even from some of the roboteers. Bacon sandwiches, I've been told, is the key to making these robots intelligent. So in the arena now, we have in the red square Dr. Face Replace, and it'll be trying to replace the face on Gross Incompetence. Or will it? We've just had to...
Be pulled out.
There's some slight modifications going.
Adjustments.
Some slight adjustments being made to both robots. After this fight, who are we looking in the arena for? The remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo, and...
They'll be going up against Private Iron.
At least you won't have to say I'll get up for that one. So that's nearly an instant win for Gross Incompetence. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So red square is Dr. Face Replace, blue square Gross Incompetence. It's a really noisy spinner. And that's already hit the front end, bending up the flipper. And it stopped. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cease. In fact, the battery has been pulled out, the battery up wire. So once again, we've seen that several times today. The battery plug has come out of Dr. Face Replace. Of all the ways to do it, by killing itself. So in the arena now, we have the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo, and they will be joined by...
Private Iron.
Private Iron.
After that, we have Toto Robot versus the Mole, and there will be sandwiches fighting May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door.
Now, we were promised sandwiches. Where are they?
Right then. Oh, Dave, are you going to drive? Go. I can't do anything.
Repeaters, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. Will's pretending to drive, his robot's going in circles. And then we have the Pope of Chilitown, who's attacking the wrong robot at the moment. Rush has driven himself out. So it's up to the Pope now.
Once again, I'm making a habit of this in this fight. I seem to be able to join the commentary. Rush was useless as per usual and rushed straight out of the arena. So we're relying on the Pope of Chilitown. That's the other half of the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo. And if the Pope wins, that means the robot will still be in the competition, because General Mayhem has to beat both halves of the cluster to win. And that's the end of that fight. So another win for Private Iron. Who do we have up next, Mark?
And now we have the Mole versus Toto Robot. And that's going to be followed by There Will Be Sandwiches and May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door.
Okay, so we've got some similar robots coming in. We're just going to call one more fight before we go any further.
After the two clusters, we've got Wutu versus Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House.
Yeah. Right, in the arena now, we have two similar-looking robots. In the blue square, we have the Mole. And in the red square, we have Toto Robot. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So two forward drive pushes in the arena together. Quite a cagey fight at the moment, both not trying to go too close to those drop-off sides. The Mole definitely seems to be the faster of the two, trying to push Toto Robot towards the edge of the arena. But no, Toto Robot retreats to the side of the arena until that point where it goes out. That's another win for the Mole. Next up, we have... Who do we have?
I believe There Will Be Sandwiches.
Now we have There Will Be Sandwiches against May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door. That's going to be followed by Wutu versus Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. And then we have Titanic taking on Nom Nom Nom.
Okay, so we have the infamous Titanic will be in the arena very soon, taking on another spinner.
We'll see if it can repeat.
Will Andy fall to the curse of the Titanic? It's when we have to say the winner is Titanic.
Over there.
So we're just waiting for our robots to enter the arena.
What if you put it upside down?
That wouldn't matter because the back and the forwards would be wrong.
Oh, what's that? Ah, Pete, while you're here, we have a question for you. You're working on a new robot to sense its own way around the arena. How's that coming along?
Yeah, basically it's got two red LED sensors at the front, and what it does is when you put the throttle switch into the full position. Oh, yeah. There's two infrared sensors. Well, they're not infrared; they're actually red LED sensors. And what they do is they detect the opposition, and with the stick forward on the throttle, they're actually working. And as soon as they detect it, they then locks on, and it will drive towards that opponent. But if it does see the sides of the arena, which could be a problem, I can then pull the lever back, and it goes back to manual operation again.
So we're just going to get the next fight.
Are you ready?
So we've
Sorry about that.
New autonomous robot. Maybe seeing that soon.
2, 1, activate.
So Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door. That's the clusterbot in the red square. There Will Be Sandwiches is the one in the blue square.
Now, they said there are sandwiches. We don't have any yet.
I know, I could do with some. I'm quite hungry now. So also we've got the red hex bug in the corner. That's not seem to be doing too much. If it doesn't move soon, we'll have to count it down. No, there we go. It just proves that it is still alive. It's just hiding out the way. It's scared of any action. Now, one half of There Will Be Sandwiches is about to be counted out. It's upside down. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that just leaves the tracked robot fighting for May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door. And Stupid Osmosis is fighting for There Will Be Sandwiches. And we're going to keep the judges on standby for this one. It looks like we may go the full distance this time round.
Neither robot seems to have the horsepower to knock the other one out.
And May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door has flipped its own teammate, so we can now count out the red bug. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that just leaves the two robots fighting it out now. Stupid Osmosis fighting for There Will Be Sandwiches, and the tracked one for May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door. Stupid Osmosis very close, and out of the arena. So in the arena now, we will have...
I believe we
and
have
now we have Wutu versus Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. That's going to be followed by Titanic versus Nom Nom Nom.
We're going to have a repeat, I hope.
So we're building up to that fight we're all looking forward to. Titanic v Nom Nom Nom.
That's going to be one.
And I must admit, Andy's looking worried sitting down here at the front. No one wants to fight the terrifying machine that is Titanic. It's knocked out several robots today already. Let's see if we can make it a winning streak. So in the red square we have Wutu. In the blue square we have Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. Another one of Dave's fantastic names. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So two four-wheel drive pushbots in the arena together. Wutu is the black one. Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. That's the multicolored one. Both trying to push each other out. And Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. Won that fight.
So now is the match we've all been waiting for.
So we've got Titanic, that terrifyingly effective robot. That's going to be going in against Andy's very impressive spinner, Nom Nom Nom. Now, a very similar robot to this, Inertia 5 was Titanic's first opponent today. That one self-destructed rather spectacularly, I think. We're waiting for the driver of Titanic to put the robot in the arena.
And can we have Vipto and Kellogg's Cornsnake getting ready, please, for the next fight?
And can we have one more being called as well?
After that, Phantom versus Cosmos.
So if all those robots can please get ready, we're going to have Nom 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 going in the blue square, Titanic in the red.
All Roboteers, we've got our helpers, our volunteers that have been helping us out have had to go. So if you are in the room next door, when you're in there, hit F5 on the computer to refresh the web stream, and then you'll be able to hear call-outs for your next battles.
Okay then, are our Roboteers ready? So
And
remember,
big thanks to our
Titanic
helpers.
in the red square. We've got Nom 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 in the blue. Let's count them
ready?
down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Nom 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 spins up. Going in against Titanic.
Oh!
And Nom goes out! It's another win for Titanic! That is fantastic. Titanic's been in with so many different spinners today, and it's beaten every single one of them. Andy, can I just ask, how do you feel after losing that one? Meh. Okay, that's now the answer to that. So on the stream now, we've actually got the innards of Titanic.
Looks like Titanic's
You can
taking
see
quite the beating.
It's made out of cardboard, but that has proved to be the best armor of the day so far, taking out so many decent spinners. It's fantastic. So, while we all recover from that fight, the unexpected win for Titanic again, who have we got up next?
Now we have Kellogg's Cornsnake going in against Vipto, and that's going to be followed by Cosmos versus Phantom. After Cosmos versus Phantom, Inertia 7 versus Ant Ratchet.
Is that still in? Oh, right, okay.
People wanting to see
Yeah, those of you who want to see the fights again, they're all going to be uploaded straight to YouTube. Keep checking back. We'll post a link to that at a later date. But that will all be uploaded to YouTube, so you get to see that spectacular win over and over again. And we've also got that one in 3D. So we'll be showing that one on YouTube too. Okay, we've got two robots in the arena at the moment. In the blue square, our reigning champion, Kellogg's Corn Snake. Not for much longer, Dave says. And in the red square, we've got the spinner of Ripto. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the Corn Snake's immediately on the attack across the arena. Ripto spinning up. Very quiet disc. It's so well balanced, you can't hear it spinning. Now Dave's upside down. He's got to try and self-right. He's back up the right way now, using the disc of his opponent as a self-righter. But the front end doesn't seem quite as low as it used to be. And it's upside down again. And he's driven off. So that's a win for the very, very impressive Ripto.
So up next we have Phantom versus Cosmos, followed by Inertia 7 versus Ant Ratchet. And that is going to be followed by VSC versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead.
Major love for Titanic in the web chat. Titanic for this year's winner. Cardboard is my favourite type of board for sure. And quick, someone build an ant called Iceberg. It's the only thing that will sink Titanic.
I mean, everyone is now terrified of fighting Titanic. It seems to be the one to beat.
And
at the end, I reckon we should get every spinner that's still working in with Titanic and see if we can finish it off. And Kerry's saying we're going to have the grudge with Napalm Death and Titanic that was suggested on the stream. Although Kerry must be nervous by now. He's seen how good Titanic is. He's shaking. I can see him over there.
And it drove itself out, so it beat itself, really.
We've just been deciding Titanic has only lost once today, and the only way it lost was by driving itself out. So the only thing that can beat Titanic is itself at the moment. That's a bit worrying as we get into the later stages in the competition. So who are we waiting for to join Cosmos?
Phantom.
Phantom. Okay, so we're waiting for Phantom to join us in the arena.
Now the question remains, will Cosmos' flipper be able to lift Phantom with its fan on?
That is a very interesting question. The only one to do it so far was Spyro earlier. Used the disc to flip it over. Not in this building, no. Okay, so we're about to welcome Phantom into the arena, going into the red square. Yeah, we're not allowing any flamethrowers here today. All those guys asking for them on the web chat. We're not allowed them in this building anyway. It's uni regulations. I can see Ian, he's the guy responsible for our health and safety stuff, shaking his head. Right.
Are we ready?
Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So, Cosmos in the blue square, Phantom, that really loud fan robot in the red. Oh, but Reese managed to get Phantom off the ground to dump it out of the arena. That's a win for Cosmos. Right, who do we have in now?
In now we have Inertia 7 versus Ant Ratchet. That's going to be followed by VSC versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead. And after that, Vertigo versus Hoagie.
So, Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. We have inertia spinning up. And that's it! That was quick.
Okay, so in now we've got VSC versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead. Then we've got Vertigo versus Hoagie, and following that, Avenger versus Defiant.
Okay, so if you've heard your robot's name in amongst all that, please get them ready. We're welcoming into the arena now I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead, and that's going to be fighting
the VSC cluster.
The VSC cluster. Now this is the cluster that took apart Defiant earlier. Two spinning flea weights teaming up together. We've got our flea weight champion. We've got Cyclops, that's the one with the wheels and the big disc, and Ickle, that came fourth, I believe. So these robots are already doing really well today. Okay, Mark, on the stream, on the draw, how many robots do we have left in the competition? He's going to get back to us on that one. So in the blue square, we have I'm Jim Morrison, I'm dead. In the red square, currently, we have one half of the very silly cluster. We've got Ickle. That's a mini version of Quijibo, the walking spinner robot. And that's teamed up with Cyclops, our flyweight champion for today. These are two very dangerous robots, not to be underestimated because of their small size. Roboteers, are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So both spinners immediately spinning up, trying to get that disc into play. You can hear it grinding against the plastic armor on I'm Jim Morrison, I'm dead. One of them should go for the bug.
Whoa. Jim Morrison's taking a beating.
I think it's quite unfair going for the bug, but Jim Morrison is taking quite a beating in the arena. Well, here's Jim Morrison. Will he finally be dead? Ickle's nearly out. We're going to have to start counting Ickle down. Ickle's back in the fight. Jim Morrison's lost one of his wheels, down to 3. That shouldn't stop it. It should keep going quite happily. Now Ickle's going in for the little bug. Is it going to kill it? That bug's still going. Not been hit yet.
It has been swatted.
Now, is Jim Morrison still working, or is it beached on the arena floor? Oh, the disc of Cyclops digging in on the wheel. Now, judges, how's the time going? Oh. We're at 1 minute. And that is a win for the very silly cluster. Dead. The very silly but very, very destructive cluster. Can we please clean the arena up? Wait until Cyclops is spun down. That is taking a while to spin down. There we go. Right, okay, can we please clear the arena of all the robots and all the debris? Then coming up next, we have...
Up next, we have Hoagie versus Vertigo, then Avenger versus Defiant, and that is going to be followed by Andicide versus Baby Hell.
Okay, so can we have Hoagie and Avenger? Oh, Hoagie and Vertigo, please, in the arena. Hoagie and Vertigo.
The cardboard can take a beating.
And in answer to the earlier question, there's roughly 18 robots left in the competition at this point.
So we're down to the last 18 robots left in the competition. Once they've been knocked out, we'll get through to our finals. As we get through to fewer robots, we'll have a chat with some of the teams before they fight. How many of those 18 are on 1 life? Is that the arena? 12 of those robots are on 1 life. 4 of them still have to lose both lives. So remember, this competition today is double elimination, meaning every robot will have to lose twice before it gets knocked out. And in the blue square, we have one of our newer robots. This is Hoagie. Brand new robot for first proper competition today. But been doing very well. It's in the last 18 robots. Bearing in mind, we started with 77. So it's doing really well. Who are we waiting for?
So we're waiting for Defiant?
Defiant? Vertigo.
Vertigo.
That's better. Okay, Vertigo, if you can get into the arena in the red square, join Hoagie, and we can get this fight underway. So, Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So, Vertigo is a nice little flipper robot, and Hoagie is the 2-wheel drive pushbot. Nice, simple robot, good for first amp weight, and still going today. And, oh, nearly got a good push on Vertigo, still pushing really well. So who knows, if he gets in underneath Vertigo, it could be game over. Likewise, if Vertigo can get that flipper into good use, like there. Turning over Hoagie, but that won't bother it. It can run both ways up. Oh, very close to being pushed out of the arena there. Quite a cagey fight. They're trying to stay in the middle of the arena. Oh, Hoagie piggybacking there on top of Vertigo.
Vertigo pushing him to the side.
Trying to push it towards that side wall. Might be able to flip it out over the top of there. Hoagie doing really well to stay in the arena. Vertigo's from an experienced team. Oh, Hoagie's got 1 wheel off and back into the arena. Well saved. On the side of Vertigo, they're pushing in, doing well to keep going.
It's a very good driving here.
For a new robot, it's being driven remarkably well. Staying in the arena against an experienced roboteer. Being pushed in against the wall. Hoagie needs to get back towards the middle of the arena and to safety. Vertigo got good pushing power, getting right in underneath Hoagie, lifting the wheels off the floor. That way it's at its mercy. Oh, Hoagie very close to the side of the arena. Will it go out? Trying hard to stay in, stay in, stay in. Vertigo's pushing
Will
it,
Vertigo flip?
and it's back in the middle and to safety. So how are we doing for time? We're halfway through, 1 minute 30. Hoagie's staying in still. Some
Hoagie will not
fantastic
go
driving
out.
here. Until that point.
Round of applause
Let's
for
have a
Hoagie.
huge cheer, please, for the driver of Hoagie, our new roboteer for today. Gary, do you have Ouchie with you today? Unfortunately not. We wanted to see Ouchie in the arena. I reckon at some point, the next one, we'll have to Ouchie v Titanic to see who is the real master of the arena. Saying Dr. Face Replace versus that's a bit mean, isn't it? So who's that that's recommending that on the stream?
So, who's
that's
next?
Joey suggesting that. So in the arena now, can we have?
Now we have Defiant going up against Avenger. And that's going to be followed by Anticide versus Baby Hell.
So Defiant and Avenger, then Anticide and Baby Hell. They will then be followed by?
Spyro 2 versus Svengali.
So Spyro 2 and Svengali. So we can get those two robots ready as well. In the red square, we have Avenger. And in the blue square, we have a newly reassembled Defiant. Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So Defiant looking remarkably well together.
Yeah.
It's all been put back together by Pete after its fight with the very silly cluster. All the armor panels are back on, the lid's been replaced. And let's see if we can get back to pushing power and get Avenger out of the arena.
That's one of the great things about Antweight. It's not too much to fix.
That's right, and Avenger's very low to the ground, but
and
still not low enough as it goes out of the arena. That's a win for a newly rebuilt Defiant. Yeah, to answer the question on the stream, Inertia 7 is still working.
The 5 is dead.
5 is well and truly dead after its fight with Titanic. Okay, so we've got another grudge match coming up later on. Inertia 7 against Dr. Face Replace. We'll make sure that one happens in the arena.
Up now we have Anticide versus Baby Hell. That's going to be followed by Spyro 2 versus Svengali.
So Anticide and Baby Hell, we'll get those two in the arena. And then Svengali and... what's the last one? Spyro 2, okay. So let's get these robots in the arena. Baby Hell and Anticide, Svengali and Spyro 2. Are Svengali and Spyro ready to go? Who's the next one after that? Let's get that one going.
Okay, so first we have Anticide versus Baby Hell, then Svengali versus Spyro 2. That's going to be followed by Duff versus Stewie.
So Duff and Stewie as well. We're waiting for Dave again. Can we have another fight, please?
After Duff versus Stewie, we have Quantum versus General Mayhem.
Okay, we've got either of those two robots ready, Quantum and General Mayhem. Huh? Yeah. Do we have Spyro 2? Baby Hell, can we have Anticide in the arena, please, to join Baby Hell?
Question on the web stream. What electronic speed controllers are people using to drive motors? Currently using Sabertooth 5 ARC, very heavy.
We'll cover that one. We're actually running quite close on time. Okay, Roboteers, if you're in the last 18 robots, or however many are left, can we ask if you can leave your robots in here, because we're running close to time. If we want to fit in the other competitions at the end, we're going to need to run through this quite quickly. So if you're still in, please try and leave your robots in here unless you take damage. So now in the arena, Anticide and Baby Hell. 3, 2, 1, activate. Anticide in the blue square, Baby Hell in the red. Anticide with the pneumatic flipper, flipping Baby Hell out of the arena. And you can see the power of Anticide's flipper as it celebrates. So, in the arena now, Svengali and Spyro 2. That will be followed by...
Duff versus Stewie. And that will be followed by Quantum versus General Mayhem.
And we'll have one more after that, just to make sure they're ready.
After Quantum versus General Mayhem, Gross Incompetence goes in against Hellboy.
Okay, so can we have all those robots ready? Gross Incompetence, Hellboy, and the other ones we've been talking about. In the arena now, we have Svengali in the blue square and Spyro 2 in the red. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. Spyro 2 spinning up, immediately taking some bits off of Svengali, and a wheel! So we're going to count Svengali down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the fight. So in the next fight, can we please have...
Duff versus Stewie.
So, Duff and Stewie, can you make your way into the arena, please? We're going to be following that straight up with
Quantum versus General Mayhem.
And after those, we will have
Gross Incompetence versus Hellboy.
And after them, we are going to have
The Mole versus May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door.
Right, so if you've heard your name being said then, please get your robots ready to fight. We're still waiting for Duff, yeah? So, Reese, if you're listening to this, we need Duff in the arena now. Yep, if we've got General Mayhem and Quantum ready, we'll get those in the arena straight away. So in the red square, we got General Mayhem. Blue square, we have Quantum. Roboteers, are you ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, activate. In the blue square, it's Quantum. Red square, General Mayhem. 2 very low flipper robots. Both being quite cagey, seeing who gets into who first. And Quantum goes out. So that's a win for General Mayhem. And as Oliver said, it was pure fluke as well. Nice to know he's confident in his own driving ability. Who do we have next?
So now we're still waiting for Duff to take on Stewie. After that, we have Hellboy versus Gross Incompetence. After that, the Mole versus May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door.
So is Hellboy and Gross Incompetence ready?
No.
Nope.
Jim's not in, so we can't have Hellboy. Who else do we say? Duff is not in, and that'll mean the Mole isn't as well, because Reese is not in here. Can we have another fight, please?
After that, Permanent Forever versus
hang on, we have Duff. Can we get Stewie in the arena as well, please? Then after that, you were going to say Permanent Forever and Titanic. So we need you back in the arena again to face another spinner. Can you do that? Permanent Forever. Right then, are we ready? In the red square, we have Stewie. In the blue square, we have Duff. 3, 2, 1, activate. So both these will try to use their flippers to good effect. Duff is pneumatic. It uses air to power its flipper. It'll get fewer flips, but they should be more powerful. But even power isn't enough to stop you from going out of the arena. So that was another win for Stewie. Now in the arena, we're looking for
Hellboy versus Gross Incompetence.
So Hellboy and Gross Incompetence will be followed up by
The Mole versus May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door.
Okay, so we're going to be seeing those in the arena very soon.
Request for grudge match through the online web chat. Match between the 2 parts of VSC, Cyclos versus Ickle.
Would you like to put Cyclos versus Ickle as part of a grudge match later on? After the competition. A reluctant yes from Andy there on that one, so you might see Cyclos and Ickle in the arena. In the blue square already, we have Hellboy. Being put into the red square now is Gross Incompetence, another one of Oliver's creations. 2 very low robots. Let's see who comes out on top. Roboteers, are you ready? We've got some minor adjustments being made to Gross Incompetence. Roboteers, are we ready now? 3, 2, 1, activate. Both being quite cagey again. Seems to be Oliver's standard tactic of choice. He calls it being lazy. So Oliver's laziness seems to be working for him so far. You can hear the motor spinning as he tries to lift up Hellboy. Both robots stuck together. Oh, he's holding on before reversing himself out of the arena. That is a win for Hellboy, mainly due to Oliver's gross incompetence. In the arena now, we have
The Mole versus May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door.
And after that, we're going to be having
Titanic versus Permanent Forever.
And after Titanic and Permanent,
Inertia 7 versus Cosmos.
Inertia 7 and Cosmos is the fight after that. Reese, are you ready? You're going to be in again soon with Cosmos. Are you ready to do that soonish? Good. So, in the red square, we have the Mole. In the blue square, May Nothing But Happiness Come Through Your Door.
So, Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate.
So, the Mole charging across the arena, and it's flipped over the bug. The bug can be counted out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, the tracked robot is now fighting on its own. It's got to fight against the Mole. Let's see what it can do. Not the fastest robot around, The mole is a lot faster, but maybe that could lead to a driving error. Who knows? Being slammed into the side of the arena there. And again. So the track driver is now taking a piggyback on top of the mole. Oh, nearly driving itself off there.
Either the mole makes it more
So the mole seems to be taking control of this fight, pushing May Nothing But Happiness come through your door all over the arena.
However, it's also possible for the mole to make a driving error, in which case it'll all be over.
So 1 minute of this fight is gone. While we're waiting, judges, who's up next?
After this, we have Titanic versus Permanent Forever. That's going to be followed by Inertia 7 versus Cosmos.
Okay, thank
so
you, judges.
while this is going on, would you like to answer the question about the speed controllers?
Yeah, we had a question on the stream, what speed controllers are currently being used. As one of our robots is using a Sabertooth, what would you guys recommend to replace it with?
And it's over.
So we've Scott and Andy are saying the FingerTech controllers, they're really good. So if you're building your own amp weight, they're a good suggestion. Any other suggestions for speed controllers? Yeah, servo boards. I can vouch for that. I use them in a couple of my robots. Bane bots are being thrown around as well. And Pete's boards as well. We'll do a bit of promotion for Pete while he's here. No, they've said they've got the Sabertooth. They want something lighter. No, lighter than Sabertooth. Right, in the arena now, we're going to have Permanent Forever against Titanic. This is another one everyone's getting ready to see. We can tell this is going to be a good fight. John's bringing the camera out.
Can Titanic take out the third spinner in a row?
So Titanic has got a good run today, but will it be able to continue its unsinkable run? Now, how confident are you feeling right now?
I'm shaking.
Shaking. How are you feeling over there? Just laughter. Pete's okay, he's got thumbs up. Right then. In the red square, we have Titanic. In the blue square, we have Permanent Forever. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the spinner's immediately spinning up on Permanent. Oh, but it's flipped Titanic!
Oh,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's it for Titanic.
The end of it, unfortunately.
An excellent run there now comes to an end as Titanic leaves the competition. But the very good drum spinner of Permanent was the one to do it. So, who do we have next?
Now we have Inertia 7 versus Cosmos. That's going to be followed by Defiant versus Vertigo. After Defiant versus Vertigo, Variant versus Spyro 2.
So we have another good spinner coming up. Variant versus Spyro 2. Yeah, are we ready to go? 3, 2, 1, activate. Ooh, and 3, 2, 1, that's it. Cease. And Inertia seems to have lost his disc.
Okay, so up now we have Defiant versus Vertigo. That's followed by Variant versus Spyro 2. Then after that, Stewie versus Quidjabo.
Jack Tweedy in the online web chat says Permanent should now be called Iceberg after taking down Titanic.
Yeah, I agree with that. From now on, we are going to rename Permanent
It's
Iceberg.
his honorary title.
So who's Defiant fighting? Who have we got coming in with us? Vertigo.
So, is Vertigo ready?
Do we have any more questions on the stream while we're waiting? Yeah, who would you guys like to see fighting in the arena? Titanic versus every spinner. Pete, how are we feeling about that one? To be honest, the spinners will probably take each other out more than anything.
Yeah, that would not end well for the spinners.
Actually, what we have, Max, how many people do we have watching us currently? Have we dropped down yet? I think that's a fight we could do. Skidmark v Titanic. So we've got another one has joined us now. Someone else with nothing to do this afternoon has joined us.
So, Quijubo versus VSC are the robots.
So Quijubo is against VSC. So, in the arena coming up.
So we're still waiting on Vertigo to come in and take on Defiant. That's going to be followed by Variant versus Spyro 2. And then after that, Stewie versus Quijubo.
Stewie versus Quijubo. Okay, right, that's okay.
Interesting question in the web chat. Is fur armor allowed, as in fuzzy armor?
Yes, it is indeed
Nemesis
allowed.
Or Deer Tour, because they think it could tangle discs.
Yep, that is allowed in the rules. So in the arena now, in the red square, we have Vertigo. In the blue square, we have Defiant. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So there's a few lumps missing out of Defiant now. It's a bit lighter than when it started the day. But it is still going. So Defiant climbing right over the top of its opponent there. So, Vertigo lifting up Defiant, trying to turn it around, not doing too well being able to do that. Trying to stack it up against the wall. There's calls for that from the audience. And Defiant's got away. So now Vertigo needs to get back on the attack. Flipping Defiant over, but that won't bother it. It can run both ways up. It's been pointed out that it will bother Pete's driving. Although he's got an arrow on top now, so at least you know which way forwards is. Calling for the flipper, not quite enough power to get it out of the arena. 1 minute has gone. So trying to push each other out of the arena still. We've had 1 minute of the fight already. We're coming up to 2 minutes. So they've pinned each other in the corner again. We're now halfway through this fight at 1 minute 30. Mark, who do we have up next? Who's coming in the arena soon?
After this, we have Variant versus Spyro 2.
So after this fight, Pete will be in again. It's actually the same two drivers will be in again with different robots. It should be quite an impressive fight, though. It's two spinning robots. 2 minutes have gone of this fight. 1 minute remaining, or until someone goes out the arena. If this goes to the full 3 minutes, our judges will be called into play for only the full time. Unfortunately, that won't be now. However, Andrew has a chance to get his revenge on Pete, because they're both fighting in the arena. Is it now? So we need Variant and Spyro 2 in the arena. So the chance to completely smash the opposition this time. 2 spinners, 1 vertical, 1 horizontal. That should make for a very, very interesting fight.
After this, we have Stewie versus Quijubo. That's followed by... Sorry, that's followed by Fracture Evo 2 versus General Mayhem. And then... Antimatter versus Hellboy.
And how many robots do we have left in the competition now? Are we nearly at the end? You'll get back to me on that one. Okay. Meanwhile, I think we've got some questions and comments from the stream.
Just to say, if anyone's interested, there is currently a wedge being printed on the 3D printer outside for one of the robots. If you're interested in 3D printing, there's 3 members of the Thames Valley Rep Rap group who all build their own 3D printers, and you could too if you're interested. And they've got 3 printers out there running, so you can go and have a look if you're interested.
Okay, in the arena now, in the blue square, we have Variant, Pete's entry. Coming in, we have Spyro 2. So the same 2 drivers that were in the last fight are in again. Now we've got a horizontal disc against a vertical disc. Normally this gives some nice big impacts, some big sparks, lots of damage. I'm going to take a step back. Roboteers, are you ready? Let's count them down. 3, 2, 1, activate. So both discs get straight up to speed, charging in, waiting for a big impact. And that resulted in Spyro going out of the arena. I mean, that's fair. It's 1-1 for each of our drivers now. Pete's got 1 entry through. Andrew's got 1 entry through. Who have we got next?
So up now we have Fracture Evo 2 versus General Mayhem. That will be followed by Antimatter versus Hellboy.
So can we have all of those robots ready to go? Mark, who's after that? Don't ask too many technical questions at this stage.
After that, Stewie versus Quijibo.
After that, Stewie and Quijibo, and then? Too much going on at this stage.
Then, Kellogg's Cornsnake and Cosmos.
Dave doesn't look too happy with that draw. So in the red square, we have General Mayhem. In the blue square, we have Fracture. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So both robots quite slow to start again. As we've seen throughout the day, that's been Oliver's tactic. As he calls it being lazy, we call it being boring. But saying that, it has got him this far in the competition. We're getting towards the last 10 robots standing. General Mayhem, upside down, self-righting using the flipper arm. Both robots have their flippers and can use them to self-right if they need to. That scoop on Fracture's very low at the front, and as I say that, General Mayhem gets underneath it. So, that's another win for Oliver and General Mayhem. So, we're now looking for Stewie and Quijibo. So, we've got the awesome spinner of Quijibo fighting the flipper of Stewie. These two have fought several times in the past, and it's been pretty even so far. So, this could go either way. We're not sure how it's going to go yet. So, and after being loaded into the red square, we've got Stewie.
And after this, we've got Antimatter versus Hellboy coming up, followed by the Harry Potter law enforcement, the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo versus the Mole.
Okay, so in the blue square, we have Quijibo, the walking spinner robot, which was in the blue square. In the red square, however, we have Stewie. So some minor tweaks being made to Quijibo. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the disc's up to speed on Quijibo straight away. Stewie doesn't want to hit that head on. The titanium flipper arm on Stewie, that could be damaged by the disc.
Whoa.
Or removed entirely, as you just saw there. That's the entire flipper arm taken off of Stewie. But Quijibo's upside down. Stewie could still win this if he uses its speed and pushing power to push it out to the arena. Oh! One side of the arena to the other. Quijibo seems to be stuck. Is Quijibo moving? Quijibo is stuck on one side. We're going to start counting Quijibo down. But no need. Stewie wins. And also, we've caused some severe damage to the arena. We've taken out an entire wall of the arena. If we just show that on the camera. And also, we've got the wall down here. This corner I'm holding here, this was part of the arena wall down here. Quijibo's disc has removed it entirely. So we now could have some robots escaping that way.
At this point, I think we just need to finish everything up.
We can't. We'll have to leave that.
We'll leave it there.
Tape it.
Yeah, we can probably tape over it.
Right, while we're waiting, we're just going to make some minor repairs to the arena. We're going to fix the wall.
Sorry? Oh. There we go. Where'd the scissors go?
While we're making some repairs to the arena, after Quijibo managed to smash an entire wall of the arena.
Quite a bit of damage done.
So in next, we have Antimatter versus Hellboy. That's followed by the Mole taking on the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo, and then Permanent Forever versus Wutu.
So we've got some crucial repairs being made to the arena using tape. The best stuff of repairing these things.
Sorry? Dan, vending machine. Yeah, that'll work.
So while we're waiting, Mark, how many robots do we have left in the competition? Have we worked that out yet?
We're
So
down
we're
to
getting
around
towards
10
our
robots.
top 10 robots now. We're getting towards the final stage of the competition. No, he's decided to change his mind. He's not sure. We don't
at
have a
the
clue
moment.
how many robots left. We'll work it out as we go along. We've been doing quite well so far today. So the arena has been repaired using some very technical tape.
With magical effects of duct tape.
If it works for the robots, it can work for the arena too. But it shows just how powerful Quijibo's disc is. It managed to dislodge the entire section. That's polycarbonate, so it's pretty tough stuff. But there we go. It's now back together.
Shattered.
Have we got all the debris cleared from the arena?
Yeah, it was indeed. My hand's silver now. So up next we have, I believe, Anticide? Nope.
No, we have Hellboy and Antimatter.
Antimatter, sorry. And Hellboy.
So, in the red square, we have Antimatter. Can we just fold the arena, please? So, in the blue square, when it goes in the blue square, we have Hellboy. And in the red square, we have Antimatter. Roboteers, are you ready? Judges, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate.
As you can hear, there's still some pieces rattling around in there.
So Hellboy is really low to the floor there. Antimatter's suffering damage from its various encounters with spinners today.
Antimatter has taken quite a beating from various spinning robots. So
But despite all that, it is still going. It's doing better than quite a lot of our robots, making it towards the latter stages of the competition. Remember, we started with 77 robots in the main competition. We're now down to 10 or thereabouts. So these are some of the top robots we've got. So Hellboy's upside down, uses the flipper to self-right. Antimatter still going. Oh, Hellboy so close to the edge, as was Antimatter. Both of them deciding to go really close. Hellboy getting close again.
Not quite enough.
How are we doing for time, judges? We've just had 1 minute. We've got 2 minutes of this fight remaining. And that's a win for Hellboy. Unlucky to Antimatter. Who do we have in the arena next?
In next, we have the remote-controlled Harry Potter law enforcement duo taking on the Mole. That's followed by Wutu versus Permanent Forever, and then Kellogg's Corn Snake versus Cosmos.
So it's the Mole versus the dynamic Harry Potter law enforcement duo. Close enough. I'm still not quite sure how Harry Potter's in here, given the state of their robots. They're certainly not going to be out driving their opponents. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. The Mole easily disposed of the Pope, and now it's just to wait for Rush to drive itself out. Oh, it's taking the spin approach. Trying to confound its victim. Hey, and it's over.
Up now we have Wutu versus Permanent Forever. That's followed by Cosmos versus Kellogg's Corn Snake, and then Defiant versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead.
So these two, Permanent and Wutu, is that?
Yep. So, Permanent against Wutu.
So Wutu is a four-wheel drive pushing robot in the red square.
And Permanent's our drum spinner.
And that will be in the blue square.
So will the spinner be able to do enough damage to this semi-destructible robot?
No, I'm sorry, it's not Permanent, is it? It's Iceberg.
It's now Iceberg.
Of course,
Got
it's the
this new
Titanic
honorary
killer.
accolade.
It's now a permanent iceberg. Yes, I like that.
No melting this
Roboteers, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So far, no real damage from the drum. Struggling to make contact with Wutu. Oh, until that point, flipping Wutu over. Is Permanent having trouble with its drive?
Looks like
Sorry, is Iceberg having trouble with its drive?
Wutu, however, doesn't want to get too close because that is a nasty spinning disc. Wutu is taking a beating, but Permanent is off the
Permanent
ground.
is out. So that's a win for Wutu.
It's the end of the iceberg.
And yes, that means that is the end of the iceberg. So it obviously used up all its luck beating Titanic. Global warming has now defeated the iceberg, apparently.
We now have Cosmos versus Kellogg's Cornsnake. That's followed by I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead versus Defiant, and then Variant versus Baby Hell.
Okay, so we've got plenty of fights still coming our way. In the blue square is the reigning champion, still in the competition. That's Kellogg's Cornsnake. In the red square is the very, very good Cosmos. Roboteers, are you ready?
Ready?
3, 2, 1, activate. So the four-wheel drive Cornsnake will be facing the two-wheel drive flipper of Cosmos. The front end of Kellogg's Cornsnake seems to be taking quite a bit of damage. It's upside down now as well. Trying to retreat to safety at the side of the arena.
Kellogg's Cornsnake being very hard to flip due to its speed.
But the scoop on Cornsnake is now useless since it's upside down. It needs to trying to get flipped back over the other way. That way it can use the scoop to full effect. Oh, Cornsnake nearly went out, and there we go. That is the end of the reigning champion. That was Kellogg's Cornsnake. Well done to Reese and Cosmos. Next up, we have
Defiant versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead. That's followed by Baby Hell versus Variant. And then Anticide versus... hang on. Anticide versus...
Building up the suspense
Drum
now.
roll, please.
VSC.
VSC.
Ooh, that'll be a fight to watch.
Anticide wins. Both of those are Andy's robots. He's choosing to put Anticide through. So that can be done already.
Okay, so instead we would have Vipto versus your Lionel Richie. Stop coming to my house.
So in the red square we have Defiant. In the blue square we have I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead, who's been patched up quite a bit, but somehow still alive. Roboteers, stand by. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Jim Morrison immediately gets his scoop hit back into play, and he knocks over his teammate.
Killed his teammate.
So that we can now count out the walker. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we're down to a one-on-one fight between Defiant and I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead, or the forward drive half. Both robots trying to push each other out. Defiant drives itself out. So the combination of Dave and Gemma can outperform Pete, but he's going to be in very soon with Variant, so hopefully making up for that defeat.
Okay, so now we have Variant versus Baby Hell. That's followed by Vipto versus your Lionel Richie. Stop coming to my house. Then DBA Evil versus Private Iron.
Okay, so can all those robots please get ready? And there was some cheers from the audience when they heard Private Iron gets to fight DBA. We say cheers, it's mainly Scott and Andy, and Pete now. So, in the blue square, we have the spinner of Variant against the axe of Baby Hell. Roboteers, are you ready? Are you ready, really? Okay,
3.
Let's come down. Wait for Variant to stop. 3, 2, 1, activate. The disc on Variant getting straight up to speed.
Ooh, and quite the impact.
Baby Hell withstanding.
Recovering for that, and bits of Baby Hell are
Keeps withstanding. The titanium front on that robot still standing up to the damage from Variant.
Ooh.
Baby Hell went out first. So both robots left the arena really quickly, but Baby Hell just went out the arena before Variant. So that is a win for Peter and Variant.
Okay, so now we have Vipto versus your Lionel Richie. Stop coming to my house. Then DBA Evil versus Private Iron, and Death Adder versus Ant Clank.
Sorry, who was that first?
First, your Lionel Richie. Stop coming to my house takes on Vipto.
So can we have Ripto and your Lionel Richie, stop coming to my house? Is that it? Yeah.
And can I just say that we're very pressed for time at this point, so if you can get your robots...
Yeah, so all the roboteers that are still in the competition, can we have a quick run-through of who's left in? That way, if you can get your robots ready and in here, we need the changeover to be as quick as possible. At this rate, we might not have time for the other competitions that we wanted to do today.
Okay, at the moment, the robots left in are Anticide, your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House, Vipto, Private Iron, DBA Evil, Ant Clank, Death Adder, General Mayhem, Stewie, Hellboy, The Mole, Cosmos, Wutu, I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead, and Variant.
So
we still have a lot of robots left.
So we still have quite a few robots left. If you've heard your robot being announced, then please make sure they're ready. Robot is 3, 2, 1, activate. So Ripto in the red square. You're Jim Morrison, stop coming to my house. That's the blue square, the multicolored robot. Another four-wheel drive one from Dave, taking the punishment from Ripto. Being thrown all over the arena, and there's not a lot of damage taking place, really. Oh, nearly driving himself out of the arena.
Proving that cardboard armor is actually very effective. It can absorb impacts very well.
Ripto hitting the Ripto making your Lionel Richie stop coming to my house hit the roof of the arena. Shows how powerful these little robots are. They weigh only 150 grams. And they have to fit within a 4-inch cube. And that was a very impressive win for Ripto. Next into the arena we have
Private Iron versus DBA Evil. That's followed by Ant Clank versus Death Adder, and then General Mayhem versus Stewie.
So if all of those robots can please get ready, you'll be in the arena very soon. So General Mayhem versus DBA Evil. So
robots ready?
3, 2, 1, activate. So DBA in the blue square, General Mayhem in the red.
Both robots approaching each other with trepidation.
We haven't got time for this, guys. You're going to need to hit each other.
And General Mayhem is taking a beating.
And you can tell Tim's making it urgent now. He's revved up the disc on DBA. Ooh. We need to cause some damage now. The scoop on General Mayhem
is gone.
Or Private Iron, rather. There we go. Maximum power now from DBA. And you see that the intimidation techniques of revving it up to full power made Oliver panic and drive straight out of the arena. Next up, we need...
Now we have Ant Clank versus Death Adder, followed by General Mayhem versus Stewie, and then the Mole versus Hellboy.
So if you've heard your robot, please make sure they're ready. We're going to need you in the arena very, very soon. Who's up next? Just a quick reminder.
Up next, General Mayhem versus Stewie, Hellboy versus the Mole, Cosmos versus Wutu.
Okay, get those robots
ready.
ready.
Are we ready, gentlemen?
In the red square, Ant Clank. In the blue square, Death Adder. 3, 2, 1, activate. Death Adder gets straight underneath Ant Clank. They're now just dancing around the arena, trying to get underneath each other. Ant Clank gets underneath Death Adder. Constantly changing which one's on top here. So, Ant Clank is underneath Death Adder, trying to lift it up and out the arena. Poaching right on the side of the arena there. Oh, both robots nearly going out the arena. Some good driving there from Ant Clank to stay in. And self-righting very well too. Oh, both robots very close to the edge. How are we doing for time? Nearly at 1 minute. We need one of you to wrap this fight up quickly, guys. We're running out of time. Oh, both robots still staying in despite hanging on the edge there.
While this is going on, can I just remind General Mayhem, Stewie, Hellboy, the Mole, Cosmos, Wutu, and I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead, and Variant to be ready.
You guys are still in the competition, and we are running out of time with so many robots. So, Ant Clank goes out of the arena. That was a win for Death Adder. In the arena now, we've got General Mayhem and Stewie. So, General Mayhem in the red square, Stewie will go in the blue. 3, 2, 1, activate. So next in the arena we have
The Mole versus Hellboy in next. That's followed by Cosmos versus Wootu, then Variant versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead.
Then who do we have coming up after this fight?
So in now it's The Mole versus Hellboy, then Wootu versus Cosmos, then I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead versus Variant.
RobotWars, you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate.
Plenty of action here with both robots struggling to get under each other. Ooh, and the Mole wins. Okay, who do we have next?
Up now it's Cosmos versus Wootu. That's followed by Variant versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead, then Vipto versus Andeside, and then Death Adder versus DBA Evil.
So, Cosmos versus Wootu. Is Cosmos available?
Can we have Cosmos in the arena, please?
We have Wootu in the red square, Cosmos in blue. Could you close that door? So, Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2. Some last-minute adjustments to Cosmos. So, once again, Roboteers, are you now ready? Brilliant. 3, 2, 1, activate. Early flip for Cosmos. Wootu can run both ways up, though. Cosmos is struggling to get underneath. Not quite managing. Wootu with pushing power, but neither robots are anywhere near the edge. Both robots struggling for a lead here.
So while this is going on, I'd just like to remind you that after this we have Variant versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead, then Vipto versus Andeside.
2 minutes remaining. Both robots here struggling to make any headway whatsoever.
So we're halfway through this fight. 1 minute 30 remaining. We could be going to our judges at this rate.
Cosmos has managed to almost flip. Another minute remaining.
And finally, we got a flip in on Wootu from Cosmos.
And it's
And
over.
out. So that's a win for Cosmos.
So up next we have?
Up now we've got Variant versus I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead. That's followed by Vipto versus Andeside, and then DBA Evil goes in against Death Adder.
Okay, so Variant's going to be in the red square. I'm Jim Morrison, I'm Dead will be in the blue.
Will Variant finally be able to kill Jim Morrison? Roboteers.
So we'll just wait for Variant to spin
Variant
down.
to spin down. Are you ready?
3, 2, 1, activate. Variant spins up. I'm Jim Morrison, unfolds its scoop. That's one tyre already gone from I'm Jim Morrison. That's the acetate scoop and another tyre. Variant's drifting sideways around the arena. It's a different way of driving. Oh, that's an entire wheel gone from Jim Morrison. He's now down to 3 wheels on his wagon.
It's still moving, though.
And he's still going. He's still got the clusterbot partner down here as well. So you see all the tape flying off of I'm Jim Morrison, as well as all the tyres. He's down to 1 wheel working properly, 3 wheels still going. That gives him much lower traction than he'd normally have. Wouldn't be so good for pushing the other opponent out of the arena. Variant seems to be working in fine form. Needs to drive into the middle of the arena. And there goes yet another tyre. Now Pete's driving very carefully to try and stay in. Oh, there's another entire wheel. It's now a 2-wheel drive robot.
However, that seems to be improving its drive.
But that has improved it. It's now much better at driving with only 2 wheels than it was with 3. One side has severely reduced mobility, only having 1 tyre left. If Pete can remove that other tyre, there'll be virtually no movement left. There goes another piece of I'm Jim Morrison, I'm dead.
And here's proof that
bits of plastic raining off the arena as we go. We're halfway through this fight, and Jim's halfway through his wheels. If we can get one last wheel off, I reckon we'll be down.
He has, however, forgotten.
You've got to admire the tenacity of I'm Jim Morrison, I'm dead to keep going. He's not dead yet.
He has, however, taken a beat.
And now he's down to 1... No, there's no tyres left on that robot. Now he's down running on bare rims, but still going.
Variant risking throwing itself out at this point.
We're at 2 minutes. And Peter seemed to have ignored the other half of the cluster, but I think that's a little bit unfair. Go on, Pete. Attack the bug down in the corner. So Pete's trying to stay in the corner where Variant should be able to stay in the arena. Oh, there's an entire wheel off. And now we're going to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cease.
30.
Go on, Pete. Attack the other half. Go on.
Still alive.
The other half is technically still going, so we should count down. He's surrendered. So now we need to clean the arena yet again. We've got bits of Jim Morrison all over it.
One of the servos looks like it's been taken apart.
In fact, yeah, one of the geared motors has been taken apart. We've got a gearbox littering the arena now.
There's plenty of gearbox everywhere.
So while they're cleaning up, Vipto and Anticide are in next. That's followed by DBA Evil versus Death Adder, and then VSC versus General Mayhem.
It can be said that Jim Morrison is now well and truly dead.
Yes, we've at last killed Jim Morrison. We'll see about that.
Jim Morrison begs to differ.
So once again, Jim Morrison seems to be refusing to die, no matter how hard we try.
It's now time for Anticide versus Ripto. 2 robots with a history of performing very well during competition. Roboteers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. Ooh.
So that's Anticide, another win for Anticide. Now from now on, we need to get the robots in as quickly as possible. You're going to have a maximum of 1 minute to get in the arena.
Up now, it's DBA Evil versus Death Adder. That's followed by General Mayhem versus VSC, then the Mole versus Your Lionel Richie. Stop coming to my house.
Now, we are really, really running close to time now. We haven't got time to run the other competitions we wanted to. It's because this main event has taken so long. So we need the changeover to be as quick as possible. Close down the other end.
You ready to go? Yeah. So, 3, 2, 1, activate. From now on as well, there will be no repairs to robots. We haven't got time for that. If it's broken, and if you can still run it, run it. If not, pull it out. So it's DBA and Death Adder. Death Adder bouncing off the roof of the arena.
Oh, that's another good hit from DBA. And that's how you remove a robot from the arena. That's a win for DBA. In the arena now, we need General Mayhem and VSC in the arena as soon as possible, please.
Up after that, it's the Mole versus Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House, and then Private Iron versus Cosmos.
Can we please have both of those robots ready to run? Reese, we need your robot in the arena now.
We do not have time to spare.
This time we don't. Right, in the blue square, we've got a very silly cluster. In the red square, we've got General Mayhem.
Roboteers, are you ready?
3, 2, 1, activate. So both the spinning cluster bots spin up to team up on General Mayhem. Ickle is a walking cluster bot. That's a very unique robot. Cyclops, our fleaweight champion.
General Mayhem is already taking a beating, showing how dangerous these spinners can be.
So Cyclops back on its wheels and out to the arena. So it's just General Mayhem versus Ickle. If Ickle wins, then Very Silly Cluster will win. If not, it'll be General Mayhem. Look at all the damage already on the front of General Mayhem. That flipper will not be getting underneath anything anytime soon.
It is, however, still running.
Oh, that's an entire track. We're going to count it down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a win for Very Silly Cluster.
So now we have the Mole versus Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. That's followed by Private Iron versus Cosmos, and then Ant Clank versus Variant.
So we need all those robots ready to run. Which two are in now? The Mole and Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. We need that in the arena right now. So in the blue square, we've got Your Lionel Richie, Stop Coming to My House. In the red square, the Mole. And last minute, change to the robot. 3, 2, 1, activate. So Lionel Richie is now going without its front end. Is it stuck? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh!
He's back in time so he can keep fighting. Nearly counted out then, very close.
Very close, and he's out.
And he's out now. So let's get the next two robots in the arena. They are
Cosmos versus Private Iron.
Cosmos and Private Iron, followed up immediately by
Ant Clank and Variant.
So Ant Clank and Variant, you're going to be needed in the arena after this next fight. Private Iron's in. We're waiting for Cosmos. So in the red square, we have Private Iron. Hit it hard, you'll be all right. That's the tactic everyone always uses. I don't know how many's left, so... I don't know how many robots are left in the competition, so I don't know what the chances are. We keep seeing the same ones in.
Cosmos, are you almost ready to go? So,
right, blue square, Cosmos, red square, Private Iron. 3, 2, 1, activate.
Oh, Private Iron is trapped on the wall. Oh, it's...
So Private Iron saved itself after getting trapped on the wall. And that's another win for Cosmos. In the arena now, Ant Clank and Variant, followed by
DBA Evil versus Anticide.
So DBA Evil and Anticide, but before that, Variant and Ant Clank. So in the blue square, Ant Clank. In the red square, the spinner of Variant.
Gentlemen,
as you can see, we've got the same robots coming in. We're nearly at the end. Roboteers are ready?
3. Oh,
just spin Variant down.
3, 2,
2, 1, activate. So the disc is immediately up to speed, and Clank's being particularly wary, running away. We haven't made contact yet. If one robot goes out, it's up to the judges if we restart the fight. So there's contact now. So one way or the other, one of these robots will be winning without a restart. And Clank running away from Variant. That will count against it in terms of aggression. We need an impact soon, guys. And what an impact we got. And Clank still going. Variant has... There seems to be problems with Variant. Is it still going? Oh. Still going. Now upside down Variant. That means the controls are reversed. Variant still upside down. So the disc on Variant still works even though it's upside down. We need Clank to charge at it again. It might set it off balance, put it out the arena. We got 1 minute gone or 1 minute to go? 1 minute gone. We've got 2 minutes of this fight remaining. Variant upside down. More difficult to control this way. So still upside down is Variant. And Variant is out. So that's a win for Ant Clank. So, Mark, who do we need in the arena now?
In now, we have DBA Evil versus Anticide. That's followed by the Mole versus VSC, and then Ant Clank takes on Cosmos.
Right, we need to be quick. We need the next robots in the arena, Anticide and DBA. So, on the stream now, you can see the damage to Ant Clank. It's going to be taken straight back to the pits to be repaired. It's going to need to be quick to be repaired. It'll be in again the arena very soon. DBA is in the blue square. Anticide will be in the red. Anticide, remember, is a 3 times winner in this configuration. 3, 2, 1, activate. So that's a win for Anticide. In the next fight, we have
the Mole versus VSC. That's followed by Ant Clank versus Cosmos.
So the Mole and VSC. Right, you'll have to make a decision as to which one you want to put through. So we're only going to have one half of VSC in the arena against the Mole. So every fight from now on is a knockout. The winner will remain in the competition. The loser will be out.
With the exception of Anticide.
So Anticide is the only robot with 2 lives remaining. Every other robot is down to 1. This means if Anticide makes the final, the opponent will have to beat it twice before it will lose. If Anticide wins. Is Anticide in the final then at this rate? Oh, right, okay. Anticide is in the final. Anticide will only have to win once to win the competition, whereas its opponent, whichever one that may be, will have to win twice. Now, in this next fight, we've got one half of the very silly cluster. Reese can't fight both halves at once. He's running the Mole in against Ickle. This means it's a flea weight robot taking on one of our amp weights. But don't underestimate Ickle. It's got a seriously powerful disc on it. Hang on, just a sec.
Here at a weight disadvantage. Roboteers,
removing
are you
some
ready?
more stuff from the arena. Roboteers ready?
Sure.
Just got to wait for Ickle. And we've got to wait for the Mole as well. Okay, Roboteers ready. 3, 2, 1, activate. So a flea weight versus an amp weight. Who comes out on top? Well, the disc on the flea weight seems to be doing quite well so far. Until that point there, that's a win for the Mole. So that means a very silly cluster is now out of the competition, and our next fight is
Ant Clank versus Cosmos.
Ant Clank and Cosmos.
After that, the Mole's back in again against Ripto.
So can we get Ripto ready and keep the Mole ready for action? So as we're now in the later stages of the competition, you can see the same robots will keep coming back in. We already know one robot in our final, the pneumatic flipper of Anticide. We're waiting to see who will be joining it.
Second year running, that's in the final with 2 lives left.
Yeah, Anticide made the final at the last competition as well. So let's see who it'll be fighting. So Ant Clank is in the blue square. Cosmos will be in the red. Roboteers.
Are you ready?
Nearly ready. We'll just get Cosmos in the red square. 3, 2, 1, activate. So both robots get straight onto the attack. A missed flip there by Cosmos. Both robots having a bit of a tough time. But Cosmos goes out. So that means Ant Clank is still in the competition. We're now looking for
the Mole versus Ripto.
The Mole and Ripto. That will be followed by
Ant Clank is back in against Death Adder.
So Death Adder, get ready. You'll be in again soon. Same with Ant Clank, doing very well today. Just a quick reminder of who we've got in now. Ripto and the Mole. Okay. So Ripto is the spinning disc robot. The Mole is a four-wheel drive pusher. We just saw it in against Ickle.
And the winners of these next two fights will be then going head-to-head for a place in the final.
Okay, so remember, the loser of this will be knocked out. The winner goes through. 3, 2, 1, activate. The disc on Ripto gets up to speed, but the Mole's straight underneath. He's going to try and carry him to the side now. Ripto's grinding in on the front of the robot there. You see little bits of plastic raining down as it carves into the robot there.
It's a large hole in the Mole.
So the Mole has got a nice big slice out through the front of it. That's where the disc on Ripto was grinding into it. Oh, the Mole now upside down. That renders the scoop completely useless. And it's up the right way again, with the remnants of the scoop still going. Ripto still going. Look at the power of the disc as it flips the Mole all over the arena. More grinding in against the front of it.
Cutting another slice in the front.
And more throwing it all over the arena, but the disc on Ripto stopped spinning up again.
Mole certainly can take a beating.
The Mole, a very tough machine, still going despite the beating it's getting, thrown all over the arena. And the Mole is dead, so 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a win for Ripto. Ripto, you're going to be fighting again very soon. You've got one fight, then you'll be in again. Next up, can we have
Death Adder versus Ant Clank.
Ant Clank, you're in again against Death Adder. After this fight, the winner stays in.
Everything is now elimination.
So we need to wait until this fight's done before we know who's going to be in next. So, are the Roboteers ready? So, Death Adder in the blue square, Ant Clank in the red. 3, 2, 1, activate. So both robots are off. Ant Clank very close to the side of the arena there. Will it go self-right? Yes, the self-righting mechanism working. Death Adder in the corner, pinned. Both robots quite capable of flipping them over the walls.
Yep, dancing around each other.
We need some action now, guys, not dancing. Ant Clank nearly went out there, still in the arena. Could be a tricky one for the judges if it goes all that way. Both robots doing very well to stay in the arena. Lots of spinning around, dancing around. So Death Adder underneath again. Oh, a good flip there from Death Adder.
Trying to
More flips again, so racking up the points. Should it go to the judges? 1 minute gone, 2 minutes of the fight remaining. Death Adder close to the edge, but staying in. Ant Clank on its back, and the right way up again. The self-righting working well.
Death Adder keeps flipping Ant Clank, but it's very good to self-righting.
So if we had to go on points at the moment, it would probably go towards Death Adder over Ant Clank with the amount of flips. But anything can happen.
As both robots approach a wall at the gap time and time again.
We're now halfway through this fight. 1 minute 30 remaining. So once again, we're seeing quite a lot of spinning going around.
As both robots try to get purchase on the other one.
Death Adder underneath Ant Clank again. We've got 1 minute of the fight remaining. And Clank very close to the edge. Will it get pushed out? And Clank just steps out of the arena there. So Death Adder goes through. The next fight is...
Now it's Death Adder versus Ripto.
So Death Adder if you stay in the arena. Ripto if you come in. Is this for a place in the final?
No, the winner of this fights DBA Evil for a place in the final.
Okay, so the winner of this fights DBA for a place in the final.
This is a quarterfinal.
So in the blue square, we have Death Adder. In the red square, we'll have Ripto. The winner of this fight will stay in, and DBA will join them.
Gentlemen,
are you ready? 3, 2, 1, activate. So the spinner on Ripto up to speed. Death Adder trying to avoid it. We need some contact from these spinners.
Death Adder desperately trying to avoid Ripto.
Oh, a lump out of Death Adder already at the front. So some damage caused by the disc of Ripto. And that's a win for Ripto. So Ripto stay in the arena. If we can bring DBA into the arena, the winner of this will join Anticide in our final. So in the red square, we're going to keep in Ripto. In the blue square, we're going to put in DBA. Okay.
Gentlemen, are you ready?
Are you ready? This is for a place in the final. The loser of this will be third, yeah? So for third place. 3, 2, 1, activate. Both discs immediately get up to speed. DBA making more noise. Even more noise. It's maximum power now from the spinner of DBA. It's all or nothing at this stage. Getting very close to the edge, and it's Ripto in the final against Anticide. So, DBA, if you come out, Anticide, if you come and join us in the arena. Now, to be clear,
rather familiar.
This is the final. Because Anticide has not lost at all today, Ripto needs to win twice. If Anticide wins the first fight, it's all over. So, where is
Anticide? Loses it, it'll have a chance to win the second.
We're just waiting for Anticide now. Where is Andy? Okay, he's just inflating the flip. I'll tell you what, while we're waiting, can you come around here? We'll have a word with the driver of Ripto, see how he's feeling. So you're in the final against Andy. How do you feel?
I don't think it's looking very good if he's got 2 lives left.
Well, anything can happen. It did happen last time. He got beaten in the final.
If I do some damage the first time, there's a possibility that he'll carry through for the second.
So you're going to go all out in the first one, try and damage him, and make sure he can't fight in the second.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. So we know the plan for Ripto. We'll see if we can find out Andy's plan when he gets in.
To win.
So you guys watching online, thank you for joining us all day. This is the final fight. We're going to see who's going to be crowned our winner. After this, we're going to go straight through to the presentation of the prizes. And then if we get time, we'll see what other fights we can put in. Yeah, okay. We're wrapping up. Fim. Yep. Could you write the certificates for the first thing?
I don't know who they are.
Third is DBA.
Names. I don't have a pen.
When teams are finished, could they please put all their rubbish in the bin line as provided, and when they're leaving, make sure they tidy up.
Okay. RobotWars, are you ready? Yes. Okay. Let's go for the final then. 3, 2, 1, activate. So the disc on Ripto gets up to speed. And he's already underneath. Ripto's upside down, still going. And it's another win for Andy and Anticide. Very, very well done.
Right, just whilst Will is doing the certificates, there are some bin liners going around. Please check under your seats in case there's anything under there. Please put it in the bin liners, and then when you're packing up your robots as well, please make sure you put any rubbish or any off-cuttings of wire and things into the bin liners too. We're going to be doing the prizes in 2 minutes. So you've got 2 minutes. Thank you.
For which one?
Which competition? We haven't got time. Not today. We've got to be out by 6. Sorry.
No, but go yeah.
Will I need you to sign this?
Yep. We've got no time. We've got to be out by 6.
Okay, can we have all the Roboteers back in? We're just going to present the prizes to the winners. Right, have we got everyone around? Okay, we're only going to do the prizes for the top 3 of the flea weights and the amp weights. But before we do that, while we're waiting for everyone to get back in, I'd just like to thank you all for coming today. I hope you've had a good time. Sorry we didn't get to do the extra fights at the end, but the main event did take longer than we anticipated. The stream seems to have gone down quite well. We've had plenty of people watching online, so hopefully a bit of interest there. Stream's still live, good, so they can see us now. So thank you all watching on the stream as well.
Zoom buttons at the back.
There we go, you're going to be able to zoom in and see me up there. Right, it's been a very long day. We've had some long fights. There have been a few hiccups along the way, but hopefully you've all enjoyed it and had a good time. We're going to do the flea weight competition. We've got some certificates and hats for the winners. So in 3rd place for the fleas, we have Jim and Omelette du Fromage. And then in 2nd place, we've got Pete and D Flea. Ah, there we go. And there we go. And the winner of the flea weights is Reese and Cyclos. Right then, and to the amp weights. In 3rd place was DBA Evil. There we go. In 2nd place was Ripto. And then finally to our winner, who not only gets a certificate and hat, but also the AWS trophy, is once again Andy and Anticide. And the bit you really want. Right then, all that remains for me to say is thank you again for coming and braving the weather. I have no idea what it's like out there now. We do need to get packed up. We've got to be out of the building by 6, unfortunately, so there won't be any extra fights. Yeah, please take all rubbish with you. There's some bin liners. They've been stuck around in the pits. Yeah, I'm getting to it. Right, also, we've got to say thank you to our judges, to Kat, Mark, and Ian for staying there for the day. Also to Mark and Kat and everyone for running the draw software. And then, how can we also forget our tech support? We've got Max. He's been running all the streaming equipment for us today. And Matt, who was here earlier. And lastly, thank you to the university for letting us use the Palmer building for today. And, of course, to all you guys for turning up and making today. Thank you. Right then, that's now everything for today. Hope you all get back safely, and see you soon.